Why would we do that? We've got to argue about it. There's no reason to argue about fixing a road. There's nothing political about a road, is there? It's a fucking road, douchebag. There's no politics in a road. Why? Because there's a left side and a right side. Ha, 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 ha. Now they're arguing about how to deal with they need a bill in Congress to deal with the pandemic. And what are they doing? It's beyond belief. It's beyond belief. Just have a scientist. Ask the scientist, what do you need? What needs to be done? They're arguing about it. There's no fucking argument. Get the fuck on it, you idiots. I don't care what side you're on. Get the fuck on it. There's no discussion, okay? It's a fucking virus. Fuck you. You say it, everybody go home. Well, we'll figure out what we're gonna do. Okay? If you need to give people sick leave, you give them fucking sick leave. If you need to have a payroll tax, you do a payroll tax. I don't give a shit. Just fucking do it! Dan Chadwick, let us tell you about VDOT at the Hampton Roads Bridge Tunnel. Every night around 8, they decide to shut it down to one fucking lane. And you get to the fucking tunnel, and there's no construction or maintenance being performed. God, I hate that. Or you will see a crew of 5 or 6 supposed workers, all of them looking around, and some guy who's a supervisor also doing nothing. Now they've decided they finally need to enlarge the tunnel to 4 lanes each way. This means they will be constructing it for 5 or 6 years or forever, and there will be no end to it. And to top it all, how is the Christian Bible different from the Jew? If you don't know the difference between these two Bibles, it's very simple. In the Christian Bible, they bring on a new, fresh-faced kid. And he's a lot happier than anybody who you see in the Old Testament. This kid is smiling all the time. He gets a whole group of people around him, and everybody's got dancing feet, as opposed to Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Moses, who are like, yo-hee-ho, ho-ho. God, it turns out, finally likes you, has a son, and then all of a sudden, everything's great. And he's got a direct connection, not like us Jews who wander the desert weeping and going, where's the next fucking water hole? And God goes, ha-ha, I'm not gonna tell you. Meanwhile, Jesus turns water into wine. He gets to do magic. That's the fucking difference. My book's got no magic in it. For those of you who are thinking of visiting Syracuse, what can I tell you? It's seriously a garden paradise. Many people don't know because they don't read the Bible as closely as I do, but when God created Adam and Eve, he did it in Eden. And Eden is really located, it was here. It was Syracuse, New York. Many people miss that because they don't really interpret the Bible properly. And if you come here, you're going to have to look hard to find out where Eden might have been. The Idaho legislature, who elects these people? Seriously, who elects these people? Where the fuck do they come from? Now, besides Idaho Falls. They approved protection, the Idaho legislature approved protection for using the Bible in classes, but cut funding to the Commission for the Arts. Okay. I can understand that you might want to use the Bible at certain points in terms of teaching. Yes, you can. Of course you fucking can. If you teach it as fucking literature. You don't teach it as, and Jesus Christ really existed. You don't fucking do that. You don't go, they built an ark. You know, like as Ben Carson said, amateurs built the ark, but professionals built the Titanic.
I can tell you appreciate detail.
Okay? You don't read the book, but you don't. It's a great way to teach storytelling. Okay? But that's fucking it. But there are certainly plenty of places. It certainly doesn't have to be the prerogative of the legislature to fucking tell educators what the fuck should be in the goddamn school. In terms of what should be taught. Especially when you got a group of legislature who's gonna cut the commission for the arts. Okay? Look, you know what makes money for people? You know what they're gonna need downtown? With all these fucking high-risers? You're gonna need fucking art. Because that's what draws people. People show up to see shit. Fact after fact after fact. Study after fucking study. Why do you think people come to this theater? To see the Pharaoh. Generates money. This theater doesn't have a dressing room. Those fucking assholes up the street fucked me out of a dressing room. From Sarasanto, our jackass of a governor who thinks it's okay to have a Bring Your Bible to School Day for public school students, and that a prayer circle is the best way to curb violence and close an achievement gap. A prayer circle? No, that is not the best way to curb violence. If you masturbate, you have a masturbate. You curb violence. I mean, you blindfold the kids. I'm not pushing this as a thing, but don't tell me a prayer circle. If you're going to come up with that, then I'm going to get a group masturbating. We'll see who doesn't end up shooting people. And I'll be goddamned if my group isn't bigger than your group. Nobody can say, you can't say that you can bring your Bible to school day. You can't say that. Bullshit. Not to a public school. Fuck you. This is from Ann. I teach undergraduate psychology. It may just be my imagination, but I think the students are getting dumber. At least once a year, someone quotes Shakespeare and says it's from the Bible. Or quotes a biblical passage citing Shakespeare as the author. Like that's fucking not enough to drive you batshit crazy. I received the following quote and citation from a current student. As it says in the Bible, fiction is the truth inside the lie. To top it off, the reference was listed as the Holy Bible and the author as God. God did not fucking say that. I was a minister. I know these things. It's a fucking Stephen King quote. Except for those of you who might think he's God. It's a Stephen King quote about as far away from the Bible as you can get. Holy fucking shit. How much can one person take? I just want to shake them until their brains start working again. This is our future. Be afraid. Be very afraid. My friend is a Bible binder, and he says the Bible tells him the earth is flat. You know, tell him you're gonna, one day you're gonna be walking around and you're gonna push him off the earth. This is from Michelle. She was here last night. My mother, in evangelical, refuses to accept that Trump pumped a porn star. She says he prays and has repented. Wow. She also doesn't care he said 2 Corinthians instead of 2 Corinthians, clearly proving he's not cracked open a Bible. If she were your mother, what would you say to enlighten her? Well, you have 2 choices. One, my first thought would be get on all fours and bite her ankle. There's almost no words when you're dealing with that. And the other to just say that if this is what you think, there's a real shot. I'm going to have to have you commit. Okay? You've taken this religion step one step too far. Now it's got to stop. This is from Joseph, who couldn't be here tonight. I'll start off by saying that not at your show, and I'm sorry for that, but due to this booming economy, I don't have the money for your justifiably priced. Unless you decide to send me a few free ones, I would have if I knew, but they say that it's wrong to pray for money. This is his rant, because if you do, then money becomes your God. But money, like God, is just a temporary construct which was created by mankind to assign the importance or value to things that are truly needed to maintain life: food, water, and shelter from the elements. But we also assign value to those things we just think are sparkly, like diamonds or gold. You can't eat either and gather any nutrition, but yet they are items that get stockpiled along with weapons to destroy the living. You never see a stockpile of really good cheesecake. Nope. It's always those crackers in a can and that damn metallic water. Where do they get it from? Flint? Cheesecake is delicious, but also fragile, and only has a shelf life of about this long, pinching two fingers together, like us. I think that it was the forbidden fruit talked about in the Bible. Fuck the apple thing. No woman I ever met would risk eternal damnation for a goddamn apple. But I'm sure there's more than a household stabbing over the last slice of really good fucking cheesecake. And why would anyone take a Yelp review from a goddamn snake? A snake doesn't even have the ability to digest fruit. It's like that roommate you had in college that would only eat hot dogs and nachos when he was stoned alive. But it's all mute because we made it all up. The garden, the rib thing, the concept of creation and innocence. Then we condemn that poor snake to a lifetime of villainy because we weren't brave enough to admit that life bites. We probably made up God too, although I would really like to think he does exist, because if not, then I've been talking to myself for years. We made him up because we didn't understand anything. It was easier to blame an unknown approaching force rather than actually trying to fix it. We made him angry because we needed rules, and then nicer and forgiving in order to sell the whole join our club or burn in hell forever asshole. Our God is good and all others are false, and watch out for snakes. You really need to watch out for the sneaky snakes. I don't really have a religion right now, although I was raised Roman Catholic. But like most good Catholics, I don't go to Mass or even say shit about Christmas. or even say shit about Christmas, not really being the man we call Jesus' birthday, or Jesus if he's your gardener, or Jesus if he's your gardener. I memorized mindless prayers that are supposed to resolve me from sins that technically are not my fault, because it's how I am, and if I don't work correctly, then talk to the designer. But I will pray for money today, because I just found out that my car needs $4,000 worth of repairs. My life is in the process of being downsized, and I, a prolific author and playwright, that's why I wrote 7 tickets. And for the most part, an unpaid one. Well, what the fuck you did? You're a playwright. If I had money, I would repair my car, take care of my wife, and yes, I would put on plays for people to see the way I wanted them presented, with all the meaning, controversy, subtext, and even the occasional fuck, because it's a good word that you can keep hidden in the fridge so you can scream at the top of your lungs after some fucking asshole eats your last piece of cheesecake. Someone here asked, I'll be at your show tonight, and I was wondering what you thought of the Ark in Kentucky being supported by the state with tax incentives. Now, apparently, that disturbs 3 people, which is unbelievable, because before, when we first brought up the Ark, you have to realize is a museum in Covington, Kentucky, which you may want. Now, this you may want to really go see if you have an inclination toward living satire, and because what they've done is they have dinosaurs there, correct? But none of them are. Nobody really knows because none of these people have been there. And part of the reason it's cost prohibitive. It's $40 to get an idea. They I believe rebuilt the Ark there, right? You can see the Ark. No, they haven't? Then, okay, well, you got to support me on this shit. I'm talking to at least 1,200 people on the internet, and yeah, so they've built, so they've got an Ark, and you have the opportunity, especially my Jewish friends, you're going to want to see what the ark looked like. I mean, we've imagined it when we were children, but the opportunity to see it built by Christians who certainly should know the plans. What's interesting is they're charging $40, and the state of Kentucky allowed them tax incentives to build what is essentially, did a church build it? Does anyone have any concept? What?
Until they stop me, I will keep
Canned
going.
ham. Apparently there's a group here called Canned Ham. Somebody from New Zealand? Australia, New Zealand, it's the same. Once you get out there, you don't give a shit, I can tell you. You're just happy to see fucking land. So somebody from another country came here, a Christian, no doubt. Evidently. These people don't know shit. So somebody came from another country. So now we've got two strikes against this fucking outfit. It's basically it debunks evolution, right? Yeah. So it basically is denying evolution, always, which is kind of only comes from people who are religious. Believe that, the story of the Bible is true, so that the ark is true and dinosaurs were with men, much like, of course, I've said this time and again, but what? That dinosaurs were the men? Oh, good. Well, because you could have taken, he said bullshit in response to dinosaurs being men, as opposed to, from time to time, I'll have an audience member go, oh, no, they were with men, Lewis. They walk naked on the earth with their dinosaur pals. I saw that dinosaur movie with the young child and that fucking dinosaur. Oh, fuck, it was so heartwarming and true. So they not only gave money they gave a tax incentive for somebody from another fucking country. Great. Yep, that's something that really goes over well now. But what's more disturbing is you don't provide tax incentives to what is essentially a religious institution. Okay, look, okay, bottom line is this. You get what you get for your church or your temple or your mosque or your, Baha'i, whatever the fuck you're up to. I've never understood what they're up to, but it just sounds like it's Polynesian and fun. There's going to be a big luau afterwards. So I'm sure. So whatever religion you are, you get to be tax exempt.
Yes.
That's it. And then, as far as the rest of it goes, shut the fuck up. Okay? It's simple. It's simple. It's a separation of church and state. That's the deal. You can try to fucking go back and discuss whatever you think our forefathers were up to. Fuck you. Okay? You don't even know the person sitting across from you's thoughts. Now you're going, well, look at what Madison thought. You don't fucking know. Keep your fucking, you love the fucking Constitution so much, pay attention to it. It's not a tough fucking deal. It's never been tough. It's simple. We separate it. You can go there, sleep whatever the fuck you want. Nobody cares. It's yours. But no, you don't get to fucking run around and fucking get tax incentives. Because you think that dinosaurs and men were wandering around together and that the ark is real. Holy fuck!
I just chose to create my
There's no evidence of the ark. Well, because what? Why? Because it's not real. Because it's a fucking story. Like all the other stories in the goddamn Old Testament. Goddamn Old Testament. And then Lewis was struck down and the show ended.
When they find you, they will talk.
I read the whole Old Testament. Oh boy, is that exhausting. It is. Isaiah, Ezekiel, there's some of them that just wear you out. Read Leviticus sometimes. Huh? Yeah. Yeah, when you think, oh boy, I really know everything. I bet, boy, this Old Testament is fascinating. But go ahead and read Leviticus. Read that. And who begat who, and who begat me, and Beanie begat Bobo, and Bobo begat Pee-Pee. That's how you know it's a story! Those are the people he's talking about. They all knew the village! Son of a bitch!
This is Star Talk in a Things You Thought You Knew edition. And I can't do that without Chuck Nice. Chuck,
Hey, Neil.
with me on this. Yeah.
So much fun these are. So much fun.
And I got a segment here. It's on the space-time continuum.
All right, I'm cool with that.
You've heard that? You've heard that?
Are you kidding me? It's only the premise of every freaking sci-fi thing ever.
Yes. I
And
just want to
not to mention
ground
time
it.
travel.
I just want to ground it in a few ways that I don't think people spend time doing. So let's think this.
Are you going to ruin space-time the way
No,
you
no.
did with Pluto? Is that what's going to happen right now?
Nothing I can do can help Pluto, just so you know. It's out of my hands. So I've washed my hands of its demolition.
You are the Pontius Pilate.
Not just Pilate. Yeah, that's a line right out of one of those accounts of the trial of Jesus.
That's right.
So here we go. 1905. You should know immediately, one thing should know in your head, 1905. Einstein comes out with this special theory of relativity. Okay? In fact, it's
World
not...
on fire.
All right, we're for the moment and the man you've all been waiting for, and the rant is due. Please welcome to the stage, Mr. Lewis Black.
You know, it could all go horribly wrong at any minute. So let's get a grip on it. I'd like to tell the folks, there's folks watching all over the country, the members of my fan club and the others who signed up for this, and there are about 87 of them. And I just want them to know that, to say that, you know, we didn't start on time. And look, this is me doing television, okay? So what the fuck did you expect? Let's hear it from my friend Kathleen. And what are you drinking there?
I don't know, actually, they would be appalled, but I poured 3 tasting flights in one. And I made up my own. I don't really care about what it tastes like. That's not the point. I'll unscrew the bottle and leave, okay? So I don't know. I mean, I think they're all Pinot red. They're all red. I don't know. That's it. And there's no beer in there. There's a beer wine they make here. Yeah, I mean, 2 of my favorite things. You can't, no, don't fuck that up. Leave them separate and alone. So I'm having a little wine while you work.
Yeah.
Yeah?
It just irritates me that she gets to drink and I don't during the show.
This is my version of heaven. I sit here and watch you work, and I read funny.
Yeah, and I can't drink because then the anger becomes real.
My mom's a member of your fan club. I was appalled. She gave you $20. She's never given me $20.
I joined Lewis's Fuck You University.
So hi to my mom, and
And is she able to get it online?
no,
She
just felt bad for you. She's like, well, is anybody signing up? I go, I don't know, Mom, it's all new. I'll help him. So she just gave you $20. I've never gotten a dime from my mother.
My mother, I'm hoping is watching. She's 95, and she and the rest of you nothing, huh? Wow. Yeah, we live out here to 140. Fuck her. But trying to talk to her today after, trying to get her online, it was brutal. Brutal. I mean, I don't know how to do it. There's no sound. I don't know how to do it. It will just. I tried to do it. No, but just just do this now. Leave it the way it is. Just leave it there. Just leave it like that. It went away. Well, that's because it's sleeping. The computer's sleeping. Why does the computer need to sleep, Louis? So it was long. It was a long afternoon. So I'm hoping. I told her to go downstairs. Both my folks are in an assisted living situation. Oh boy! And I said, go down and talk to and get one of the people downstairs to come up for 5 minutes to help you. They don't know anything about computers. Mom, they're all working with computers. They're all under the age of 40. Every one of them knows how to. They don't know shit about computers. I said, just because you have an attitude. Look, separate the attitude you have toward them as people and just use them as a fount of information. And then she went to sleep.
Do you think she's up now?
Oh boy, yeah, this is when the sparks start flying in my mother. My mother can't sleep at night because she's trying to rearrange the universe in her own image.
And you can't wake my mother up at 8 a.m. But I'm not supposed to say that on TV because she's afraid the doctor won't give her any.
Well, this is really to be honest, the dumbest thing I've ever done. And I dragged her into it, and I have a number of other folks. We are literally there's a satellite that we are beaming to that's 18,000 miles. And then it's fucking going somehow. The people are fucking watching on a phone. It doesn't. It's beyond my fucking comprehension. We kind of do the shows where I'll just read the questions that the audience submits. And I thought, what a nice thing to do to inevitably open it up to the audience. And a third of the answers every time, every time I get the things back, a third of them is, why are you asking me to write shit for you? It's like, I didn't need to know my audience this well.
Well, they do say that this is your fans are a reflection of your actions. Maybe you want to think about that by yourself for a moment in the corner. They're as angry as you are. I don't know why you would expect anything different. Fuck you, you prick. You should see what they're writing now. They're mad now. They're angry now. They're writing angry little things.
Yeah.
Because we started late. Yeah.
Yeah, oh, I know. Well, what do they expect?
They have shit to do,
I
boo.
don't know, do I know how the fucking, it takes time to get up to the satellite?
Well, they're in their pajamas, and they're comfortable, and nothing was fucking happening, and...
Well, we're on now!
Well, they don't know who else to tweet about it, so you're getting the complaints. You should have had a complaint box. Cracker Barrel does. I don't know why you couldn't think of it.
Why do you want to get this started? Let's do this. So let's go.
Started?
Yeah.
Let's get started. Okay, first up we have Kurt Van Bronckhorst.
Good evening.
Kurt, where are you from?
I'm here from Napa, California.
That's good. So
It is good. Good place. Social media. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, and the like. Do they represent the future of global communications or the end of civilization as we know it?
Both. Really. Facebook, when Facebook, I don't know if you heard the Facebook, they decided to do a little social experimentation. And they would send people messages and see how they fucking react to a happy message or a sad message, which is, no! You don't get to do that. You don't get to, just because you have a group of people show up on that fucking site, which I fucking have never liked Facebook. They said, oh, it's in our bylaw, it's in that fucking terms and agreement thing. Nobody's ever read the whole fucking terms and agreements thing. Nobody's got that kind of energy. Nobody's got that kind of goddamn eyesight. It's this fucking big. It's 30 pages long. There are no pictures. I've never even been. Have you been to Pinterest? I don't even know what the fuck it is. No.
Yeah, I know
What is it?
Well, from what I can tell, I don't really do it. I just look at it. Sometimes it's just pictures of shit other people like. So, like, if you said a Louis Black Pinterest page, you put like a steak on there. I mean, maybe I'll have a steak. I don't know. It's something to avoid doing taxes. It's another thing that I can go, oh, this is.
But what's the difference between that and Instagram? And Instagram is now becoming bigger than Facebook. I'm fucking out of the loop in this shit. And I take shitty pictures, so I'm fucked. But what's that? How come we can't see the other eye? What is that? Is that a... Don't fucking you fucking fuck. Yeah. And then 4 people, and then if you do, how do you feel when you send something out that you really think is important, you want people to like it, and nobody fucking likes it? You're the only asshole who likes it. It's like being in high school again on a weird fucking level. It is. It's like, oh, I saw what you did today. Come on.
You started to like Twitter a little bit.
I like Twitter, but I'm not good. You're good at Twitter. You're people in comics who are great at Twitter. Great for one level, 140 characters. For 140 characters, my jokes don't start until tomorrow.
Well, and when he first got on, I was reading his thing, because I got him drunk enough that I made him an account and said, you're on it now,
Yeah.
and you're gonna participate. And he was just answering people's serious questions. When are you gonna appear in Omaha? Probably in the fall of 2015. I'm like, oh, you're missing it here. They can look at your goddamn schedule. Now it's getting better, though. You're getting better.
Yeah, I learned how to retweet.
Well, and
That makes it fucking easy. You get a Twitter thing. Somebody says, oh, it was fun to be at the circus, and you just fucking send it out again.
Well, and then you actually had a very valid question. I go, why get all my news from here? And he goes, from who? I said, well, CNN, and then sometimes it's just people. And he goes, well, how do you know it's true? I said, I don't, but I don't care, I guess. Like, so what if I thought John Bon Jovi was dead? Well, he's not dead, so it's a happy day. Who cares? I don't care.
My big piece is fucking intellectual to be fucking funny is social media. It's not fucking media. This is media. That is media. Okay? Everything else is fucking typing. Okay? That's typing. Typing into space is what it is. You can't call typing into space media. Because you put a picture fucking up there, it doesn't make it a goddamn media. A newspaper's media. This is like a collection of fucking scrapbooks and shit. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we now have Andrew Miller.
Louis, I come here representing all gay people in this world, and we're any gays? Any gays? We had Nobody? Okay, we have some. Okay, on behalf of all the gay people, would you make a great gay man?
I have to say that I kind of have that gay thing going. Sure. Look, I was in theater until I was 40, okay? That is as gay a place as you could possibly be outside of the band. That is where every gay person just went there to hide. It was the biggest closet. So I wrote plays. That's about as fruity as it can be. I listened to more show music than you can imagine. I could actually go through pretty much 9 maybe and do all of the lyrics. Kathleen would pick up the slack on the Sound of Music.
I got that covered. He doesn't like it because of the Nazis.
Yeah, it's upsetting.
And that's why I can't stop watching it, because I'm afraid for those nuns.
So I spend an inordinate amount of time hanging out at the cologne section of the of any major department store. I just wander around. I have lotions that they're secret lotions. Secret lotions to make my skin youthful and invigorated and hydrated. I have bath soaps. I can't believe I'm fucking saying it. But I do. But I think as far as being gay, with a wheel will fall off. Fuck somebody. Look like me.
You're gonna get a lot of lotions brought to the show now that he's like bath soap. All right, we're standing right here. We have Mr. Kevin Murphy. Fine Irish name.
Why do absurdly rich people like Oprah and Bill Gates love little school children, yet hate public school teachers so much?
Do they?
Oh, yeah.
Oprah hates public school children?
No, public school teachers, I'm sorry.
Public school teachers.
Yeah, sorry.
I mean, public school teachers.
She hates children. Just throw that out on the internet. Stream that. Oprah hates children. We have proof. Not really, but we thought we'd throw that out.
Yeah, that'll be good. It's a good thing that the 77 people who are watching really would go, oh, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I always knew that.
Oh, they don't like public school teachers.
What the fuck do they say about public school teachers? I don't think. Well, if they do, they're fucking idiots. That's the life. My mother was a public school teacher.
Right on.
My mother was an extraordinary teacher. She was absolutely brutal when she taught. And she taught where I went to school. She was a substitute teacher. So it's fucking, imagine that. I am lucky I don't have a permanent case of asthma. People expect public school teachers to take some sort of shit salad as if they're like Mother Teresa. That's something we should do. Gee, I wonder why teachers aren't good. Well, you want good teachers? You fucking have to pay for something. You don't bother people that you pay a CEO. Oh, well, we need him because it's $23 million. The idea of giving a teacher a really good living wage so that they can, when they have to buy the fucking shit for arts and crafts because the school isn't taxed, there's not enough of a tax base to get it, so that they can go out and buy that. They buy this stuff, and anyone who thinks I've heard this time and again, and you're an idiot if you ever this come out of your mouth. Oh, boy, they get the summer off. The fucking summer off. They're working 10 hours a day. 12 hours a day. They're doing shit you'd never do. They're sitting there fucking grading papers. The fucking papers, like, not one of you could get through one of them. You fucking 8-year-olds. The forest, nice, good plan. That's the kind of, by the time you get to the end of the sentence, you go, fuck here. Kind of a fucking, and you gotta teach him that there's not a verb near this phrase. And meanwhile, there's shit on that paper that if you touch it, you could get cholera from some stuff. Anyone who doesn't know, you never expect a public school teacher. Yeah. There's a punchline for you.
Yeah, that was a good one. Okay, Kim, I'm gonna have a tough time with your last name. You say it.
You say it like a cool chickie. That's how you say it.
Oh, Kim Cool Chickie, ladies and gentlemen, has a question.
Wow.
Wow, what a great last name.
What a tremendous last name.
Cool Chickie.
Great. That's not what it looks like, but that's how you say it.
No, it looks like a Scrabble board with drunks. It's like if I was drunk and tried to make a word.
So, I've been in California a long time, and I'm just wondering, do you think you'd be less angry if you ate gluten-free?
I still don't even know what gluten the fuck is. I've made no attempt at any time to find out what gluten is or why it's there, and it's in shit apparently that I like. So I like that shit already. If you took the shit that I like out of the things that I like, then I'm fucking angry. Wouldn't even begin. I know it wouldn't make me fucking. I would not gluten-free. I would be crazy. I'd be going into Oakwood. Give me your gluten! Give me your fucking gluten! Where did it come from? All of a sudden, people are like, "Oh boy, I feel better since I don't have gluten." Who the fuck makes this shit up?
This is Shirley Campbell.
You have such a common sense approach to the world. Why haven't you run for public office?
I think we just saw why. Wow, did you see the guy from our district lose it on C-SPAN today? I love that guy.
I don't even like to go to fucking meetings. I really don't. I don't like meetings. I don't like people who got into politics. I worked as a kid in political campaigns. By the time I was 15, I went, these fuckers are creepy. They are. They're a creepy group of fucks. They fucking have, and during the course of my life, they fucking have lost any sense of what leadership is. A lot of these people need to go to leadership schools. You want to speak to people, you fucking talk to people. People bitch at me because I swear to you, but I can fucking guarantee you a lot of my shit gets through. And they're up there pontificating and throwing and it's amazing. I don't like dealing with them. I have no platform. My only platform is to use all of the military might of the United States to take over to Egypt. I want that country. I want us to own it. It's the greatest country I've ever been in. We deserve that country. There is no reason. Let's stop this poking around in the Middle East nation building. There's a nation. Fucking grab it. Especially if I was elected president, you'd never see me. It'd be like, where's Lewis? The one thing I'd be as a president, you'd never have to worry about me bothering you. I'd never fucking bother you. I'd just be gone. No, I'd just say, look at Kathleen's Twitter feed today.
Yeah. President Black is golfing and will not be in touch. I could do it. I can make it funny, kind of, you know?
Well,
All right,
thank you.
that was a good question.
That was great. Thank you.
All right, thanks,
Thank
Shirley.
you.
All right. Coming up next, we have Mr. Kevin Stern. Kevin, come on up. Kevin put on real shoes for the event.
I did.
So, in previous shows, you've ranted about people who say that America is the best country when they've never been anywhere else. So my question is, I'd like to know, of the countries you've been to, which do you think are the best and the worst?
I think Ireland is spectacular. I think
Just like Hawaii, except with alcoholics and no fruit,
yeah.
which is right up my alley. Keep the fruit. I'm not eating the
No,
fucking
and they
fruit
don't
anyway.
And they don't give a fuck about health.
They don't give a fuck about anything. And that's why we felt comfortable there.
Yeah, I do. They are. It's one of the most relaxed places I've ever been in my life. You fuck up, they go, well, who cares? Here's a shillelagh.
We got so lost when we were supposed to be at this golf course and we were gonna miss the tee time, and I called. And Southerners in the west of Ireland, their accent is so thick. It literally is like a leprechaun picked up the phone, and I can't hear well anyway. And I said, well, we have a tea time. We're really late. We're lost. Collect yourself. Get some coffee. Grab a map. We'll see you when you see you. Click, and I go, I don't know. I think she said collect ourselves and get a map. But they didn't even care. Like, we just showed up when we showed up, and
Yeah, and they were just like, they were thrilled to see us. They even let us fucking, you go to like a major golf course in the United States. It's like, you know, you better be there on time. We got this tea time for you, you fucking son of a bitch. You better show up, or we're gonna charge you double. Well, there, they actually, we went out, and it was so shitty out. We just said, oh, we can't. We just went, well, we're not gonna be able to play, and you know. And they said, well, come back tomorrow. And this was like a fucking, this is a golf course that you can define as a museum. It's been there for like 250, ever since golf was fucking invented. But I like Ireland, I like the Netherlands. I've performed there a ton. People speak English, and they speak 9 languages. They speak every fucking language. And they really don't, I realized finally after working with them, spending time with them. They just do something that many of our leaders do. They just look confident and just say shit. They literally do, and then you go, wow, that's extraordinary. And they didn't answer my question, but I'm just so stunned that they came out with a paragraph that was fucking brilliant. And but I still don't know how to get to the goddamn diner.
Canada. We like Canada.
I love Canada. I do. I love the Canadians. They are really fun. God damn it. And you know what's great about performing for them? You know what's tremendous? They watch us all the time. I go up there to perform. I don't have to worry about an audience member being a Democrat or a Republican or somebody from the Tea Party. They fucking just jump to the fucking joke. They don't sit there going, well, I don't know. What do you think? They go, ah! Yeah, so those, and Tahiti, but Tahiti's my favorite. Tahiti is fucking the king of the world.
What about the worst?
The worst? Newark. Newark's pretty bad. That's a country. Seems like a country when I go there from New York. The worst.
Afghanistan.
Oh yeah, that's true. I keep forgetting. Since we didn't really just go, hey Kathleen, I've got a great idea. Why don't we have a golf holiday in Afghanistan? Afghanistan is a hellhole. I mean, an utter hellhole. I mean, not for the people who live there. They've lived there for thousands of years. They kind of get it. They like it. The other thing with Afghanistan is that, and this is a reason, a real good reason probably why we shouldn't have gone in there in the first place, okay? They actually don't have any type of indoor plumbing. And so what they do is they build a big hole and they bring their shit to the hole and they burn it.
Yep.
So we're at a base there, and I can't, was it Bagram? I forget which base we're at. They all kind of, and we're standing there, and when the wind comes a certain way, you just smell shit for like hours. One of the stories that I was told while we were on our journey was that there was the village leader who lived on the top of the hill. They were going to give him indoor plumbing. And then they went back to check after they installed all this, and he completely wrecked it and turned it back into like the normal shit can where he would have to take the shit. And look, if people don't have indoor plumbing, I say, you don't fight them. There is no way you can win. That's how come. When you don't care about the fact that the shit smell is in the fucking air, that's a country you don't want to fuck with. These people are not people to be fucked with. It was a life changer for me. The only thing that came as close was LSD. I'm serious. Every moment that I was there every moment was totally unique and different and absolutely shocking on levels that I could never imagine. We're going to spend our time worrying about Benghazi. We're going to spend our time worrying about whether this guy Bergdahl is a traitor or not. When you put in all of that energy, is what I believe, into making sure that the VA hospitals work and that everyone who's come back from this war, and every war that we've been in, should get whatever it is that we have to make their lives easier. It's ridiculous.
Hear, hear.
Good one.
Yeah. Thank you.
Coming up next. I got this one. I can say that right.
Yeah.
Jay Hauser, actually. Yeah.
How you doing, Lois?
Yeah.
So my question is, you've written over 40 plays, yet none of us could name one. Were any of them any good?
That hurt my soul.
Yeah. Didn't matter. Didn't matter if they were good or bad. Didn't matter. Didn't matter a lick. I sent them out. They were read. I think a lot of people took the place of it. Like that. Some of them were used as handy wipes. If you're thinking of becoming a playwright, and if you are, you might want to slit your wrists first. But this is the tip. You want your play read, the fastest way to do it is find a bottle, put the play in the bottle, cork it, and then throw it in either the river or the ocean. Eventually, someone will find it. And I guarantee whoever fucking gets that play, they're gonna read it. That's the way you get a playwright. I have, until 40, I wrote plays. In order to see what it would be like to have the income of a crack whore. And eventually, though, there is a play that actually is published now, and was done 4 times in the last few years, and got some very nice reviews. And my friend Mark Lynn Baker from Urban Strangers was in it, and it did quite nicely. And now this play, which was written initially 35 years ago, took me 35 fucking years of reworking his play to finally get it published. What my big hope was is that by getting it done, that I could become a drama teacher. That that's what I'd get out of it. I could teach at a college, preferably a small Southern girls' school where they'd never met a Jewish man before, and and it took 35 years to get that done. And when I wrote it as a commercial play for Broadway, and now it'll never be like that, ever. Because people consider it too old-fashioned. That's my life. The fucking play, my most successful play, the play that I thought was going to make me a playwright, is now considered too old-fashioned. With the nice if they'd done it like that. And now it would be considered old-fashioned. But no, I actually got it done, and I got it done in some places where old-fashioned is still okay. Because people like to go, ha, 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 hee, 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 ha, ha, ha. But I'm thrilled that I was lucky enough to get really that they didn't like my plays, so that I could actually have a career.
All right. You could also, instead of calling them old-fashioned, you could call them retro. Try to be cool.
Retro.
Just say all my plays are retro and they cost a lot of money. People are like, oh, dude, what's that? And you're like, it's retro. Can't tell you. You just gotta pay for it.
Right. Why don't you can make some extra money on the side of my fucking
Yeah.
play right here.
Am I right? Is this Terry? Yeah. Terry. Graffiti.
My question is, were you a handful as a child, and how often did your mother beat you?
She still is, ladies and gentlemen. She still is.
I was cowardly, and I could get out of the little playpen that we had. Now there's fucking makes nothing like tires they wrap around the kids. They're made out of Play-Doh or other shit, and they can tie them up, but it's safe. My mother would put me in a playpen. 4 months, I'm fucking over the fuck the playpen. I'm gone. I'm out. It's a prison. You're not holding me prison. I'm not gonna be captive to your bullshit. They would wake up at the night and I can't fucking believe it. You're 3 years old. You've gotten under the goddamn the sink. You've pulled out the shoe polish and you're polishing my dad's black shoes. I'm polishing them white. At the age of 3, fucking unbelievable shit. I was doing all of this. I was doing really great shit. I should be more today. Just the comic. But no, my mother's. I'll tell you, this is to give you a sense of my mother never. She didn't have. She had a verbal mechanism that would make the North Koreans proud, and I was kept in a cage in my mind. I'm sorry I didn't laugh harder at that. That's fucking funny. Okay? Seriously. Obviously, you are wonderful mothers. They would proud the milk of human fucking kindness. Well, goody for you. I mean, I think it was great for me. She was really, she fucking, she's still going at 12,000 miles an hour, that brain. She's still scared of her.
Oh, yeah, I'm petrified.
Yeah.
I just say, hello, great, you gotta go. Lou totally has a lot of problems, absolutely. And I just walk away. I know, he's not living up to his potential, Jeanette. I agree. Yeah. All right, coming up we have Marissa. I know, right? Well, I think we're talking about Reed. How Antonio? Sorry. All right, Ray. I got the last name, but Ray.
Do you think it'd be funnier if you're a woman? I love you, by the way. They asked for my number, so they have it. Just putting that out there.
Well, thank you. Would I be funnier if I were a woman? If I were a woman, I wouldn't. Literally, I have to say that sometime after my first period, I would reach I would basically. I think if I were a woman, and this I've thought about this a lot. That if I was 11 or 12 and I began to have my period, that would drive me into autism.
Okay.
I don't think I'd be funny. I think I would be like rubbing my head on the couch and trying to talk to the TV. I think I'd be fucked. And then the other stuff that comes along with it. And if I had cramps like some of the girlfriends that I've had, or that whole fucking that three-menstrual shit, fuck, I would by then I'd be in jail. Okay? I would kill people. I'm seriously, I would, especially people who ate people.
All right, I like this one. Bruce and I golf at a very nice, it's a public course down the way called the Chardonnay Golf Course. And it says, between you and Kathleen, who is more likely to mark down a 4 when they scored a 7 on a par 3?
Neither of us would do that. Neither of us would do that. We just take our punishment. That's part of the reason I play. she would actually get a flea because she is really good. And it's really irritating. It's irritating because you just go, fuck, I'll never be as good as her. And I won't be. But what's really, when it's great, is when she and I go out and play golf, and we get two fucking guys who come in and they got, a $3,000 bag. I can play golf and I spend $12,000 on these clubs. And I got a club that I can change my balls. It's phenomenal. And they'll get out there, and they're hitting from like the black tees, and they're like fucking hitting like 18 yard tees, the white tees. I didn't the women's tees. Fuck, I'd wear a dress. And when we were in Ireland together golfing, and I hit the women's tees on many occasions. I did not hit so fucking hard. I just felt awful. I said, I gotta hit from where you hit. And I would cry a little, and they let me do it. But those pricks will do that, and then they'll fucking be all over the place, and she's like, bump, 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 5, bump, bump, bump. And you can just watch how fucking it drives them nuts.
Well, neither one of us have the energy to cheat. Because when we fuck up, we just go to the like, we don't care enough. I don't care enough to cheat. But the best was in Ireland because we was having, we can play really well on certain days, and then other days it's just like, I don't know, some sort of bizarre disease that hasn't been diagnosed. Like it would be named after him, where your limbs just kind of fucking, only for the day though, so it's not Lou Gehrig's. Like it's just a weird phenomenon. And they said, we're gonna give you guys a senior caddy, blah, blah, blah. And this dude hopped out of a hut like a leprechaun. And his name was Seamus. Like everything just added up perfectly. And he was a little 75-year-old dude. And we were golfing, and Lou was really doing poorly. And he goes, he looked up, collect yourself, Lou. I'm going to go with Kathleen now. Take a moment. And you walk over there, and he just pulled the cigarette He fucking took his gloves away and left him standing in the rough with nothing, just his coat, just his jacket and his soul. You just stand there and fucking think about how goddamn poorly you're playing. He's like, I've never seen anything like this. I said, Seamus, if we walk this course, we will walk it. Just out of curiosity, how far is it? I don't know. You have to walk for your 10 Okay. Wow. This is Eric McDonald. Did I say that right? Yeah, all right. Where are you from?
Silicon Valley.
Silicon Valley.
So you have a good
Wow.
You don't have a good job? You're dressed like you do. That's fancy. Those are fancy shoes. All right. Go ahead.
So Lewis, first of all, thank you for what you do. My question is, who is your favorite Republican?
Hillary Clinton.
Okay, next up we have Ellen Schiff. How are you?
Where are you from?
What are your thoughts on legalizing marijuana for medical purposes?
I think legalizing marijuana for my purposes. I seriously don't smoke anymore because you can't afford that. Oh, son of a bitch. That's not plausible. That's, oh boy, he stopped smoking marijuana because he smoked so much fucking marijuana, it didn't work anymore. You can't applaud it. It wasn't like a choice, okay? I didn't say, son of a bitch, I'm gonna quit this shit. It's not like Alcoholics Anonymous where I had to walk away. Fucking nothing! Then I smoked the new stuff and it scared the fuck out of me. But there's some folks I know down in Santa Cruz have come up with pot wine. And that, I love that shit. That's the best of two worlds. That's really. And nobody's ever going to commit a crime on it because you're basically. No. This is fine. I don't give a shit. But Berkeley just basically said that now that the 2% or something of the marijuana that in the dispensaries has to be given to free to the homeless. And people, and it's just like, no, you just don't. I mean, if someone has a medical condition, yes, but there are people, part of the reason they're wandering around is because we closed the mental institutions because it was a really good idea. Let's just fucking close them up and go, hey, good luck. Good luck. Be whoever you want to be. So I just don't think, I didn't think they thought this fucking thing through. But I believe in medical marijuana. I've seen it work on people. I think it's absolutely stupid that we have something that we don't pay attention to in terms of its properties. It's fucking unbelievable. Even if they just took a year and said, okay, we're not gonna do it for a year, and fucking gave it to all of the doctors who are around, and said, okay, let's see what really works and what doesn't work. They're finding out that in some cases, lighting it is like stupid. Lighting it up isn't work as well as grinding it up and fucking drinking it in a smoothie. And don't think I'm not thinking about that. But there's all sorts of ways that this drug's never been looked at. Fucking, and you don't say, how fucking stupid to have something that is helping people medicinally, and you go, well, people might smoke it. And what? So fucking what? And might what? What? Go eat more shit? Oh boy, he had 2 gallons of ice cream tonight. It's been horrifying. Horrifying. No, something's gotta give. And the same thing, hemp. Hemp is fucking, you make rope out of it! People make clothing out of it. We made it illegal because it looks like marijuana. We're just about as dumb a group of fucks as it comes. So yeah, I think there should be medical marijuana.
All right, I think this is one we should go out on. And let's
go where?
We'll be done. You can have some wine. Yeah, exactly. Seriously. Everybody, because I've known him for a very long time, and they're like, oh, Louis is so angry and stuff. Like, yeah, but, he's very passionate about things. But in real life, he's very normal. And really, he's like a giant black lab dog where he just barks out crazy things. And it's usually food related. I walked, me and Ben, the guy that's in charge of all this, we walked out of the clubhouse and we had things in our hands, and I hear from a parking lot, is that breakfast? Simmer down, dude. We got you a fucking taco. We got you your breakfast burrito. I just want to see if you remember. How did you and Kathleen meet? I know.
Well, I was in Hobby Lobby store. I was looking for glue to sniff.
So was my mother.
We met. Kathleen and I met. I was performing at Catch a Rising Star in Chicago, Illinois. That really great club that at the time, and it was one of my first times on where I was a headliner now, and Kathleen was the opening act, and we just immediately had an affinity to each other's comedy and to the fact that there was a giant fucking bar upstairs that was like 6 miles long with ladders. They had so much liquor, only Chicago. It reached to the sky.
It did.
It did.
It went to heaven. It went to heaven.
And they had every type of, and this was way back before it was big, was single malt scotches, every one of them. They had just tons of them. And yes, the sound of alcoholics in need. And Kathleen and I would sit at that bar. And over the course of the week, we became very good friends.
And here was the kicker, though. You said, I want that scotch that's way up there. And I go, you seriously gonna make that guy climb? And you go, I'm gonna make him do it, but I'm gonna tip him a lot to fucking do it. And then you said, I hope on the way up, he knocks the Christmas tree over. And the bartender did it. And I said, it's dusty and shit. I don't even think you want that. Like, it's in the ceiling. And you go, no. And that's why I knew he was nuts. And I'm like, this guy is cray fun. He's like, I want to drink the dusty shit. And that guy climbed all the way to the top, all the way back down. And that's when I was like, all right, he's pretty cool. I'll probably call him back.
And that was our summer vacation.
Yeah. No, that was heaven. And you say it doesn't exist. Well, guess what?
And the important thing, the real link, what is it that keeps us together is that Kathleen and I seriously enable each other on levels you can't imagine. We'd like to thank you all for coming out tonight. We'd like to thank all of you who've been watching us on TV or on whatever you're watching us on. Ladies and gentlemen, Kathleen Madigan.
I fought a house.
A summoner has disconnected.
Sure, I won.
Minions have spawned.
It's unbelievable!
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Orange Peel in Asheville, North Carolina. Please welcome your host for the rant is due, Lewis Black!
So we are, we're coming to you live from the Orange Peel in what is truly beautiful Asheville, North Carolina. And it's a really great town, and if you really should take the opportunity to come here, drive here.
Which way's the
recommend because yeah, tough shit. No, I don't give a shit. I'm not talking to you, you fucks. I'm talking to people out there. So, I'm sorry they're gonna fucking ruin your roads and people are gonna travel here. Gee, too bad you'll have an economy for a minute, huh? You know, okay, I'll stop spending money while I'm here, yeah? Will you like that? I'll just sit on my tour bus and go, oh, good, look, I'll just show you paper money, okay? Look, you live with both things. I'm not asking people to move here. I didn't say fucking people to move here. I'm not doing a real estate pitch, you fucking idiots. As a matter of fact, I take it all back. They were really great until right now. Then I go, wow, it's the first fucking city. I said, boy, you really should come here. Don't fucking come here! Please! God damn it! It is, it's absolutely, it's beautiful. And it's one of maybe 2 or 3 cities in the United States, and that if you're going, hey, I'm wondering which crystal will help me with my sciatica. There are at least 10 different places that you can go to and pick up probably 8 different types of stones that will help you get over your fucking sciatica. That kind of option exists hardly anywhere in the United States. And they believe it. And by the time you leave the store, you'll believe it too. There's probably a store where they'll say, turn around, and they'll throw the fucking thing at your back because they don't want you here. They don't want you here. There's so many people living here who buy those crystals, they don't even want you around. They're afraid you're going to come steal their crystals. No, there really is. There's some. I've wandered around the antique stores, great record stores, great fucking. I mean, it's great. Great food, fucking psychotic food, like fatty fuck food. You'll love it. Also, some great beers and every third bathtub is filled with a beer that's fucking and so much cider that they now have a cider trail or some shit. They're out of their minds. Anything that can be turned into, they got a turn-up beer. They don't give a fuck. I don't drink many cocktails anymore, and generally I will drink a cocktail if it seems that there's been a real working intelligence involved in putting that cocktail menu together, and holy fuck. Last night I had some things with gin that I think were wrong. One of the reasons I do this is because people are starting to send in rants, and they're very specific rants about their personal problems and things that they have trouble with. Like somebody last night had a lot of trouble with somebody in their office who crunches ice, and it was driving them insane. But this one is an extraordinary one, and if I hope I can do it justice. And if you're a Mormon, you may not want to listen. I am 18 years old, and I just resigned from the Mormon Church, which probably makes me the youngest person to resign from it. I've wanted to resign since October of last year, but I was told I couldn't because I was still a minor, which I thought was a pretty weak argument because I was baptized when I was 8, which is considered the age of accountability, which meant I had to wait 8 years after I'd reached the age of reason to legally resign. Don't even try to go through that logic with me. 4 years ago, I would never have imagined that I was going to leave the church. In fact, I thought I'd be preparing to serve a mission at this point. I love the analogy that ex-Mormon and national correspondent for the New Republic, Walter Kern, made about serving a mission. There's a difference between eating McDonald's hamburgers and having to sell them. Wow. You heard what I said. You know what a mission is, right? They go out and sell the Mormon church. They come knock, knock, knock. They ride bicycles. They wear white shirts. I thought that happened everywhere. I thought it. Maybe they don't come here. Maybe. What did you miss in that? That is fucking funny and smart. What did you miss there? Do you all need work so badly?
The primary criticism of virtually every paranormal story out there is a lack of credibility. Either the person claiming the events happened lacks credibility themselves, or you just don't have any other corroborating evidence, like other people that witnessed it, other credible people that witnessed it, or in many cases a lack of video or photo proof that said paranormal event happened. But in the case of the story today, you not only have a highly credible witness, a NASA robotics engineer, you also have other corroborating witnesses that are from that NASA engineer's family that were there and witnessed it with him. And you have, albeit limited, you do have video footage of what they are claiming happened that was paranormal. But before we get into all of that in today's story, if you are a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, well, that's what my channel is all about, and I upload 3 to 4 times a week. So if that's your thing, if you could gently pulverize the like button and then turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my uploads every week. All right, let's get into it. Bill Vale has always been incredibly scientifically minded. He's always had technical jobs his whole life. He took a job for 15 years at NASA as a robotics engineer. He also spent a little time as a pilot for NASA as well. He is just somebody that is very process-oriented. And in fact, his family and friends, they say this with respect, but they say that, you know, Bill, he lacks an imagination. He's super pragmatic, super to the point, and doesn't really have time for, call it, creativity. He's all about facts. In 2002, Bill and his wife separate, and it catches Bill a little bit off guard, and it almost prompts like a midlife crisis for him where, you know, before it had been really his work with NASA that had been fulfilling to him, and now he has this huge gap in his life, and suddenly, you know, he's looking around and he's like, what am I doing all this for? I don't have a family anymore, like, what am I doing? And so he decides to move back home to Arlington, Texas, where his little brother lived. So when he gets to Arlington, he feels like he can have a fresh start in a way. You know, he has family around, so he doesn't feel quite as lonely, and he actually just takes a job at his brother's water purification company because he wasn't sure what he was going to do. He just knew that he needed to do something. So he gets a job at this water purification company, and he starts working with his brother, and he finds that even though it's not the same type of work that he was doing as a robotics engineer at NASA, it was nice to be working day in and day out with a family member. So Bill has only been living in Arlington for just a couple of months, and he had only been at the water purification company for maybe a couple of weeks. And so when a Saturday house call was called into the company and no one really wanted to do it, Bill thought, you know what, I'll take one for the team, make a good impression on my coworkers, and I'll take the house call. And what it involved is part of Bill's job was to go demonstrate how to install and use this water purification system in customers' home. The dispatcher for the water purification company said to Bill, she goes, hey, listen, this is a little bit weird, but the person who called was adamant that you be there at 5 o'clock, not a minute earlier, not a minute later. And it was probably only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he's like, what do I do? And she's like, I don't know, like, we'll get a bite to eat and just make sure you're there by 5. And so he does that. He's like, that's weird. But he drives around and he parks outside of the house a little ways down the street. And a couple minutes before 5, he gets out and he starts heading over to the property to do this house. He starts walking up the path to this big brick house at like 4:59. And as he's getting close to the steps, he can hear through the front door, which you can already tell it's slightly open. It's not latched all the way. He can hear screaming inside of his house. It sounds like a woman screaming, and it actually sounds like he's screaming, get out of here. But he doesn't really know what to make of it. He has a job to do, so he walks up to the door, and even though it's open, he knocks. And now he can literally hear through the crack in the door that someone in this house is screaming. And he's listening, and finally he decides, well, I should probably just open it up and make sure everything's okay. Because I can hear someone screaming inside, the door's open. So he opens it up and he walks inside. He takes one step inside of the residence and just kind of peeks around, and he can see a little bit down the hall off to the right, there's an opening to a room. And in the room are 3 men on their knees in a little circle, and a woman is walking around them in a circle. She's holding a book in her hand, and she's speaking in tongues. Just nonsensical, couldn't make sense of her language, but periodically as she's circling them and she's touching each of their heads, she's screaming, get out of here. Leave these people. Get out of here. Bill is about to leave. He knows that this is just too weird for him, but right before he does, the woman who's walking around the 3 men on the ground looks up at him and points directly at him and doesn't break eye contact and just holds her finger out pointing at him. And he gets this very strange sense that, like, this woman wants to do harm to him. And so he just runs out the door and is like, yeah, I'm not going back. Goes back to his car and he calls the dispatcher back at the water purification company. And he's like, okay, I just took an insane house call. The lady in there is crazy. I'm not doing it. Don't reschedule. And if you do not put me on it because I will not go in there. Bill was a very straightforward guy. And he's just not going to let his imagination run wild with what they were doing. You know, those people are crazy, and that's not my business. It's not my problem. And so he forgot about it. He just goes home to his house, and he turns on the TV, and he gets his microwave dinner, and he's just sitting there eating his food and just having a nice Saturday night to himself, when out of the corner of his eye in his other room, and I keep in mind, Bill lives alone and has no pets. Out of the corner of his eye, he thinks he sees something small dart across the ground. He couldn't tell if it was flying through the room or if it was running through the room, but he just was like, oh, now I got, you know, some rodent or a bird or something in my house. It must have snuck in through the chimney. And so Bill is not scared. He's mostly like frustrated that now he has to deal with some rodent in his house or some bird in his house. So he puts his food down and he turns on all the lights because he was watching TV with the lights off, turns on all the lights and just searches his house. He's like quiet, listening, trying to like hear where the thing went in his house. And he can't hear anything. And after over an hour, he just decides, well, geez, I don't know where it went. I don't know what it was. Maybe I didn't even see it in the first place. So that night, he wakes up suddenly to what feels like some small creature running over the foot of his bed, but like over his foot. And it instantly wakes him up, and he instinctively sucks his legs up to his chest under his covers. You know, as pretty much anybody would do when some random creature is running on your feet in the middle of the night. And he's like, great, this thing, it's probably, now you can tell it's a rat, it's a rodent. He's like, great, now it's literally in my bedroom on my bed. And so he flips on the lights, and now he's just mad because this is right in the middle of the night. It's the last thing he needs. And he lights on and he searches the room. He looks under, you know, his dresser. He looks in the closet. He looks under his bed. He looks everywhere. And he can't find this thing. He's stopping periodically to listen, and he can't hear scurrying or anything. Did I imagine that as well? Because, I mean, I guess I don't know if I saw something darting out of the corner of my eye when I was watching TV. I think I did. And just now, could that have been in my dream? You know, because he wasn't really awake for it happening. He woke up to it and thought it's what happened. And so he's starting to, like, tell himself, you know what? I'm somehow creating this weird thought in my head. I probably didn't see anything downstairs, and I was probably having a dream about this, you know, rodent in my house, and that's what prompted the thought of something like that. And so he's like, all right, turns off his lights, and he goes back. So Bill falls back asleep, but shortly thereafter, he wakes up again when his bed is violently shaking. And he wakes up, and his bed's shaking, and it stops almost immediately once he's awake. And he thinks that they're having an earthquake, so he jumps out of his bed, and he's looking around to see if like things are going to start falling on him. He runs to the window. He looks outside. He can't tell what's going on. He runs into the other room, and he can suddenly tell, because he's in a bit of a panic, that there is no more shaking happening. Now, the shaking's done. The house is totally silent. And he runs back to his bed, and he has this thought, like, could I, in my sleep, have shaken my bed? And he had one of those huge 4-poster beds, and he's like trying to move it. And Bill's a big, strong guy, and he can barely move his bed. And he has this memory of, my bed was literally shaking. And he's like, now this is 3 times that something strange has happened. And I can't make sense of it. And being a very kind of pragmatic person, not one with, as his family said, a wild imagination, he did not have that. He's like, okay, let's find out if there was an earthquake. So he goes online and he starts researching earthquakes. And he's thinking maybe if the earthquake had just happened, that the news would break right then and there, some headline. There's nothing. And so he's like, okay, what other rational things could have caused my house to shake? Because again, there's no other damage in his house. Nothing fell. It was just he felt the shaking, and that was it. And so he starts researching like what's in the area, and he finds that there was a military base, and actually it's an air base right near his house, a couple miles away. And he's thinking, okay, well, you know, when the fighter jets are taking off, that take off at all hours, maybe there was a sonic boom from one of the jets accelerating. And he didn't know if that was it, but he thought it could be it. And then he's like, oh, well, there's also all these oil rigs that are drilling in the area. Maybe there was an accident. So he's researching for, you know, recent accidents at oil rigs. And he's trying to find a rational explanation for this bed shaking incident. he also can't help but feel like, what happened with that thing I saw that was like touching my feet? Like, he's not connecting the two events, but he has this weird sense that either something's wrong with him and he's losing his mind, or something really weird is happening in his property. So as he's trying to find this rational explanation, his internet goes out. He tries troubleshooting it a couple times, but he can't get it to work. So he calls his service provider to just have them see if they can fix it. And so he calls customer service, somebody picks up, and they're like, yep, your internet's out, let me fix it for you. We put you on a brief hold. And so they put him on hold, and as he's sitting there like listening to elevator music, like staticky sound started coming through the receiver, and he's just noticing it. It's nothing significant. But then a voice comes into the phone that is speaking in tongues, like nonsensical language, and it sounds almost threatening. At some point, Bill is just totally unsettled by this voice, because it's just going on and on. He's been on hold now for like 2 minutes of this weird voice, and he just hangs up. And like in just a couple of seconds, he gets a call back from the same customer service rep that he had just been speaking to. And he had an accent, and Bill picked up on it and said, hey, was I just talking to you? And the customer service rep was like, yes, sorry, we got disconnected. And Bill says, did you hear that voice? Did you hear that strange voice on the phone? And the customer service rep, who mostly operates on a bit of a script, kind of deviates for a second and says, actually, yes, I did hear that. And I was actually trying to figure out how that could have been possible, because we use a very secure phone line when we talk to our customers, and there's really no way for someone to actually block my ability to speak to you. Like, even if someone was on the call, you would still be able to hear me. I was trying to yell to you and you weren't hearing me, so I don't know how that would have happened. I definitely heard the voice, I don't know what that was, and so forth. So both of them are definitely weirded out by it, but you know, the customer service rep, he's got a job to do, and he's like, hey, your internet works again, thanks, talk to you soon. He hangs up, and Bill's left with his internet working again, but now that's the fourth strange thing. He has the thing that runs across the room as he's watching TV. He has the thing that ran across his feet at night. He has his bed shaking, and now he has this like devil speaking in tongues on the phone that the customer service rep also heard. And he decides to, you know, I'm done doing research for the night. It's 3 in the morning or whatever it was. I'm gonna just try to get a couple hours of sleep because this is just starting to freak me out. So Bill gets back in his bed and he's trying to sleep, but he can't stop thinking about the fact that there have been 4 strange occurrences in the span of just a couple of hours. And he can't help himself but start to feel a little bit worried that something that he doesn't understand is going on, something bad is going on. And as he's sitting there desperately trying to sleep, he swears he can hear some sort of sound underneath his bed. He knows it could be his mind playing tricks on him, but it doesn't matter. He thinks he hears it, and it's now he's officially spooked. Like a child, he pulls the covers over his head, and he's just laying on his bed with the covers over his head, just basically trying to convince himself, like, this isn't happening. There isn't anything under your bed. Just relax. Nothing's happening. He's got his legs sucked up, up near his chest. He's just under his sheets. And the way he was positioned is he had left a light on in his room. There was a light basically beaming down onto the sheet that was over the upper part of his body. There's a little bit of light into the cavern under him. And so he's holding it up over his head, and as he's sitting there, like trying to tell himself that nothing's going on, he looks down towards the foot of his bed, under his covers, right? And he sees a hand slowly reaching up from the side of the bed, come up to grab his foot. Just misses him and cracks out under the bed. Bill literally leaps out of bed, flips on every light, and is now in absolute crisis mode. He immediately is like up against the wall, doesn't even want to go under the bed. But eventually he does, he kind of pokes under, nothing's down. He looks around his room, there's no sign of anybody in the room, and now it's like, okay, you've had so many strange occurrences, and none of it makes sense, like, what are you going to do? And he had no idea. So Bill does not attempt to go back to bed that night. He goes downstairs, flips on every light in his house, starts drinking coffee like he's awake. He's like, I'm not doing this tonight. And so he stays up the rest of the night. So the next day, Bill just tries to have a normal day. He doesn't want to think about what happened the night before. So he goes to work like normal, doesn't tell anybody about it. Again, Bill, he's a straight shooter. He's not about to be, the former NASA robotics engineer. It's like, hey, let me tell you about the paranormal stuff that's happening in my house. He's doing everything he can to not think like that. And so by the end of the day, he started to feel a little bit of anxiety as he's getting ready to go back to his house. Because he would have to potentially face some of the strange things that happened the night before. They could happen again tonight. And so he gets home, has all his lights on. You know, he's not about to keep his lights off. And he's sitting in his chair. He always sits in the same one where he was watching TV and saw that thing dart across the room. He's sitting there and he's eating his microwave dinner and he's watching TV. Again, all the lights on in his house. And he looks down for a minute to get another bite of food. And when he looks up, a bottle is zinging towards him. And he moves his head out of the way and it hits the wall beside him and it breaks. It's a glass bottle. It shatters in the ground. And then all the lights in the house go out. So Bill runs to the closet where he knows he has a flashlight. He opens it up, reaches for the flashlight, and as he's about to pull it out, he hears in the closet, towards the top of the closet, this loud slamming sound. And he had a couple pretty heavy boxes on the very top shelf in his closet. And it sounded like someone had almost lifted one up and slammed it down on the top shelf. But obviously he didn't do that, and it totally freaked him out. He grabs the flashlight, shines it in the closet. There's no one in there. There's nothing in there. And he backs out, and then the lights come back. And his heart's racing because he knows what just happened. Someone just threw a bottle at his head. You know, someone just slammed something in his closet. He's in full panic mode. And so the only person he can think to call is his brother, because he's not prepared to go to the police, because the things he would need to describe are kind of nonsensical sounding. But his brother, who's very rational, equally kind of pragmatic in his approach to everything, he calls his brother and he's like, "Get over here, I got some weird stuff happening in my house, and I just need a sanity check." And so his brother, Bob, his younger brother Bob, he comes over. And as soon as Bob gets there, Bill is like, he'd never had a discussion about the paranormal with his brother before. So he's just like, "All right, this is gonna sound weird, but Bob, I need you to just go in this closet and just go in the closet." And Bob's like, "What in the world are you talking about?" Bill's like, "Please, go in there, I'm gonna shut the door, and I want you to just tell me what happens." And so Bob's like, "All right." Bob goes in the closet, Bill shuts the door behind him, Bill's just out there waiting, and Bill calls to Bob, "Hey, turn off the light, those little pull string, little tiny light bulb, turn off the light." So, Bob's like, "All right," turns off the light, and it's pitch black in there. And so at the time, Bob would not tell Bill what happened to him in the closet. Mostly because if you put yourself in Bob's position, he doesn't have any of the context. He doesn't have anything that happened. He's never experienced anything like this before. And so what he experiences, he kind of chalks up to probably his own thing. He doesn't think that someone should excuse him. And so what happens is he's in the closet and he feels something hit his leg. And he thinks, "Oh, I must have knocked into something that hit my leg, like a pair of shoes or something." And he's just standing there, and then something hits him hard in the face, and he thinks, "Oh, I must have hit something on the top shelf that fell and hit me in the head." But the two things combined, it did unsettle him a little bit, and he consciously decided, "I'm not going to tell my brother Bill that this happened because I'll only feed into his own paranoia right now, and that's not what he needs." Opens the closet, gets out, and he's like, "You know what, Bill? Nothing happened. Nothing to worry about. Nothing." And so he leaves, and Bill is left kind of crestfallen because he feels like he really didn't do a good job conveying to his brother just how much had happened in the house. He basically said, "I've heard some strange noises, go in the closet." And nothing really happened. So he feels like out of his element. He just feels like he doesn't know how to handle it. And so he has only one other person that he feels comfortable letting in to this situation. This is kind of embarrassing for Bill. He's just a esteemed NASA employee. The last thing he wants is to have somebody think that he's losing his mind a little bit. But he has his friend Michael, who is a sound engineer that works for a couple podcasts, and when he calls him, Bill doesn't even really know what he's going to say to Michael. He just needed to talk to someone, like a friendly voice kind of thing. And he calls him, and Michael's a little bit surprised to see Bill calling him, and they have a little bit of small talk. And Bill says to Michael, I don't know how to approach this with you, but I moved to Arlington, and got some weird stuff going on in my house, and I guess I'm just telling you because I don't know what I want to do." And so Michael's like a little bit caught off guard, a little bit worried about his friend, and he starts asking him some basic questions, just, "Oh, well, what have you heard? Like, what have you seen?" Just not really sure if it's even remotely worth exploring, but just asking some basic questions. And as they're having this exchange, the voice that came on the phone during the call to the customer service service rep for the internet provider came on his phone. And all of a sudden, Bill can't hear Michael, and Michael can't hear Bill. All they both hear is this voice, this like angry, kind of demonic sounding voice that sounds very threatening. And so while this is going on, Michael just instinctively is like, well, I have all my sound set up here, and he grabs a mic and he puts it to the receiver and starts reporting. And for a minute and a half, he sits there recording this voice. And then about 30 seconds into the recording, not that Michael could hear it, Bill on the other end, who's heard this voice before, and he's starting to get the feeling that this whole thing is like it's bad. And he starts yelling to Michael to hang up. Don't listen to this. Hang up the phone. Don't listen to the voice. He's yelling for him. And then after about a minute and a half of this chaos that Michael's recording, the voice suddenly stops. And it goes back to Bill and Michael talking to each other. And it's like crystal clear. And so Michael immediately says, hey, Bill, you there? You there? And Bill's like, yeah, I'm here. I was trying to get you to get off the phone. You can't listen to this stuff. I don't know what it is, but it's bad. And Michael just goes, no, listen, I recorded that. Here, let me play it back for you. And so he starts playing it back, and it's silence. Except for when Bill was yelling to Michael, don't listen to it. Hang up, don't listen to it. And Michael is yelling in the beginning to Bill like, hey, what is that? What is this? But then it's all silence. So they aren't speaking to each other. They're on the phone with each other. And they hear something, but the recording only picked up their voices, not the demonic, possessed sounding voice. At this point, Bill is starting to get a little bit scared. Maybe he wouldn't admit to it, but he's alone in this house and all this strange stuff is happening, and he just decides that he's going to invite his brother over for dinner. And Bill is in the chair that he always sits in, and Bob and his wife Cindy are on the couch, and they're kind of having a nice time. Bill recalled feeling it was just nice to have other people in the house. And they're watching TV, and as they're watching TV, suddenly Bill just stands up and kind of runs over to the room where he had originally seen that thing dark by. This rodent or whatever. And Bob and Cindy obviously see him get up and open. Hey, where'd you sit? Okay. I don't know how to describe what I saw, but I saw this thing that's in my house. And, you know, Bob, I brought you over here because I've just been seeing this animal or something running around my house, and I swear I just saw it. And he goes, hey, look, Bob, sit in my chair, because it was the only vantage point into this room. The couch where Bob and Cindy were sitting, they couldn't really see into this room. And he goes, just listen to me. Bob, sit in my seat and just sit here and just watch the TV. Don't pay attention to the room. Just watch the TV and just see if something catches your eye. Because, you know, maybe I'm seeing something that is totally rational, but something's happening. Just do what I was doing. And so Bob's like, all right. So he sits in the chair. Bill sits next to Cindy, and they start watching TV again. And Bob, all of a sudden, just clearly reacts to seeing something in the room, and he goes, oh my God, what is that? And they all stand up, and Bill is like, well, what'd you see? And Bob's like, I don't know. It was like some kind of small animal or something. It looked like it was on 2 feet. It did not look like a 4-legged animal. That's like a 2-legged animal. What was that? And so Bob, he's now feeling like, I was in that closet, some weird stuff happened that I didn't tell Bill about. Now this, and he's like, okay, Cindy, his wife. Cindy, you sit in the seat. You do this now. And so now Bill and Bob are sitting on the couch watching Cindy, and Cindy's watching the TV. Of course, in just a matter of minutes, she sees something dart across the room. Now, was she just kind of jumping on the bandwagon because these two saw it? Maybe. But she certainly described the same thing that Bill and Bob claimed to have seen, which was a bipedal, small creature that was just running through the dining room. And so the three of them turn on all the lights and they start searching the house. They're going to find this animal or thing in the house, and they search everywhere for hours and they can't find anything. Finally, after it's getting late, Bob and Cindy are like, hey, Bill, I don't know what's happening in your house, but why don't you just come stay with us? Because crash with us tonight. You can come back in the morning and call animal control or whatever you want to do, but you shouldn't be here tonight. Too many weird things happen. Bill, in a way, was actually kind of happy because now he had someone that he trusted and loved, that had confirmed that they were seeing the same thing. And even though that is terrifying, that all of a sudden Bill is alone in this house with some creature, this small bipedal creature running around the house, at least he wasn't losing his mind. Or if he was, at least other people were too. So he was kind of relieved, and he was like, you know what? I'm not going to go with you because I don't want to just like give up my house. What will I do when I come back if it keeps happening? Like, I don't want to just give this up. So Bob and Cindy leave, and now Bill is determined to now, for the first time, start looking up paranormal explanations for what was happening. So quickly, Bill realizes that you can't just search the paranormal. There's too many things online. It's so hard to tell what is considered like credible and what isn't because there's just no fact checking going on. It's just people kind of putting things on the internet. And so what he decided he would do is, instead of him doing the research, he would find a paranormal investigative team that at least appeared to approach their investigations much the way a scientist would. That instead of looking for proof, the paranormal exists, instead that their approach would be like looking for an answer, even if that answer was totally normal. And so he starts researching for investigative paranormal teams that have a scientific focus, that are in Texas in the area, and he actually finds one, and he reaches out to them, and they were actually available that night to come over. So he says, please, come over, I need your help. So the leader of the paranormal team was a man by the name of Brian Hall. And when they get there, it's Brian and a couple of his crew members. They don't start with, diving into the paranormal investigation side. They start by looking for obvious answers, because they found that many times when someone claimed that a paranormal event is happening, it's something like, a bad AC unit, or a squeaky door, or a branch outside that's rubbing against the house. And so they did a very lengthy and thorough examination of the outside and inside the house, looking for things like that. And they determined that there wasn't anything obvious that was a rational explanation, so now it warranted setting up some equipment. So what they did is they set up a couple of cameras in Bill's bedroom where a lot of the activities apparently was happening, and they set up these laser beams that basically beamed lasers in every direction, and they would place them in his bedroom, so there was like laser beams all over the room. And if anything walked past any of these lasers, you would see the beams move, and it's very obvious. It's a way to detect motion in the room. And so they set these beams up, and they start filming, and for a long time, nothing was happening. Bill, Brian Hall, the team are just sitting in the dining room downstairs, just like listening to silence and watching nothing happen. So Brian suggests, hey, why don't one of his team members go up and just literally interact with them? Go in there, kind of like yell, do something, kind of stir it up, so to speak, and then we'll see if anything happens. And so one of the team members goes up to the room and walks in and is like, hey, is anybody in here? And nothing's happening. You can see on the footage that, he jumps onto the bed and he's sitting on the bed. And at some point, as he's yelling out to whatever was in the room, like, hey, if you're in here, show yourself, all of a sudden on camera, you hear a laser fall. He jumps out of bed and he runs out of the room. And the rest of the team comes up and they gather up the cameras and they immediately watch the footage. And as they're watching the footage, you can see this mist that begins to form in the room that the team member who was in there just didn't see. And the mist starts swirling in front of the laser beams on the camera before you hear off camera one of the laser beams falling to the ground. So at first they're just kind of dumbfounded and they're like, well, how did the mist get in there? Like, what is that? And is it possible that perhaps the laser beam rolled off a table or something? Maybe it was positioned in such a way that it could have rolled off. And so what they did is they raised the sound levels inside of the actual video, and they made out a couple of words. And so at this point, Brian Hall and his team feel like they have quite a bit of data that actually does lend credibility to the idea that there is something paranormal happening in Bill's house. So as they're packing up to leave, they say to Bill, you gotta go. You can't be here. Like, I'm surprised you're still here now. And Bill just was a super prideful guy, and he just was like, no, I'm gonna stay. I've made the decision. I'm not gonna run. I'm gonna stay here in this house. And they're like, that's a bad idea. And honestly, they were right, because some pretty horrible stuff happens after they leave. So that night, he knows he's not gonna sleep. So he has all his lights on in his bedroom. He's sitting with his knees tucked up to his chin. He has upbeat music, like classical music, but very upbeat music playing on the radio right next to his bedside. And he's just trying to like kind of create good vibes in his room. And so as he's sitting there, he hears what sounds like a Mack truck smashing into the side of his house. Like it was so loud and just deafening that he instantly sprints out of his door, runs downstairs, runs outside to like inspect the damage to the property. Nothing's outside. There's nothing. There's no Mack truck. There's no damage to his house. There's nothing. He walks all around his property. He's like, did something fall in the street? Am I losing my mind? Like, what's going on? And so he goes back in the house after quite a bit, looking around, seeing if something might have fallen off of his roof that made a sound. Nothing. He goes back in his house, and as soon as he steps foot in his house, he hears a similarly loud crashing sound, as if, you know, a vehicle is smashing into his house, except it's inside of his house, in his dining room. It was in the same room where he first initially spotted that thing running across the ground. And so he runs in there to look for some horrible damage to the inside of his house, but there's nothing disturbed. There's nothing shaking, there's nothing out of place. His dining room is intact. And as he's sitting there, he hears his car alarm go off outside. And now he's thinking, this thing is screwing me. I'm not going to let it win. I've stayed here against better judgment for multiple days. I'm not going to give in now. And so Bill kind of goes into fight mode. Now he's mad. And he's, instead of being scared of what's happening, he starts screaming at the top of his lungs, like, show yourself. And so as he's doing that, he hears yet another loud crashing sound up in his bedroom. And so he runs upstairs ready to, you know, fight with whatever this is in his house, because it's gotten to a breaking point for Bill. Charges in his room, there's nothing in there. But unlike the dining room, and unlike when he was outside, the crashing sound continues while he's in the bedroom. So he's standing in his bedroom, holding his ears from the deafening crashing sound over and over and over again, but there's nothing moving. There is no way for the sound to be emanating from that room, but it is. And after what feels like an eternity of this horrible smashing sound, it just completely stops. And it's dead silence. And Bill lifts his hands off his ears and he's looking around, and he's expecting it to start again, but it doesn't. It's just dead silence in the entire house. After quite a while, and he still doesn't hear anything, he gets back in his bed. All the lights are on. His radio's on. And he tucks his legs up to his chin, and he's just like holding himself basically in the fetal position. And he is, at this point, he's now just petrified. Like, he had his big fight moment, but I think he's now thinking that this thing was just challenging me back. It's basically saying, I can do whatever I want to do, and you can't touch me. I can do whatever I want, and you can't touch me. And he's realizing that maybe he could have made it worse. And he's sitting there knowing he's not going to sleep. It's still the middle of the night. And he starts hearing a noise that sounds like maybe shuffling of feet, something's moving around underneath his bed. And as he's sitting on his bed, at the head of his bed near his pillow, with his feet tucked in, he looks at the foot of his bed, and this huge, wide, 6-foot-tall black figure emerges in pure, it's bright in the room. This black figure emerges at the foot of his bed. It's got this huge tooth coming out of his mouth, and it gets into this jerky position and starts moving towards Bill. Right in front of him, he puts his face right against Bill and he grunts. Bill continues to see this horrible black figure in his house. He continues to kind of challenge Bill. And Bill stops challenging him back. So Bill started waking up with scratches on his chest. He was hospitalized a couple of times, prompting the hospital to do welfare checks on Bill. He was showing up with these like mini heart attacks because of the stress that he claimed was from having this stuff happening to him. And his family's so concerned. And it wasn't until Bill started really doing some aggressive research on demons that he read about exorcisms. And he remembered that when he showed up for that house call, a lot of the language that he was hearing coming from that woman who was screaming, leave these people, leave this house, it sounded like an exorcism. And he was thinking that, do you think it's possible that the exorcist knew that she needed another host? And so he planned it to have this water purification person show up right at 5 p.m. so that she could be at the part of her exorcism where she could cast the demons on him. After 2 exorcisms of his own to his house, it still hasn't stopped. He's still to this day, he was dealing with the criminal in his house. And when asked why he hasn't sold his house, he thinks that he couldn't live with himself if he ever put another person through what he has dealt with at his house. I don't know about you, but I would not have lived in that house for an additional 18 years. That just sounds like the worst. But, you know, I'm not Bill, and so he's made up his mind that that's what he needs to do. But for me, anyways, I would have left that house. I would have abandoned that house more than likely. But I'd love to hear what you would do in that situation, and I'd love to just get your feedback on the story. It's interesting when you have a story like this coming from the mouth of someone so credible, like a NASA robotics engineer who's inherently skeptical, and having lots of corroborating evidence. I'd love to hear what you all think about this particular story, and whether you think this is true or just something else that's totally rational and easy to explain. Love to hear in the comments. That's going to do it, guys. Before you go, if you want to get in touch with me, you can message me on Instagram. My handle is JohnBallin416. Also, I'm very active on TikTok. My handle is Mr. Ballin. And if you like this video, again, if you would, please pulverize the like button and turn on all notifications so you can get more of these types of stories. That's going to do it, guys. Take care.
An ally has been slain.
I'm Marcia Clark, and I'm investigating the controversial cases America can't forget. It's a mission I've been on my whole life, to discover the truth, to bring it to light, and to fight for justice.
You haven't investigated a crime scene in 20 years. How could you possibly know what you're talking about?
I've spent 12 years as a defense attorney and 14 years as a prosecutor. During my time as a prosecutor, I secured over 1,000 convictions. Most of the time, justice prevailed. Sometimes it didn't.
There has never been a defendant in the history of this state, I warrant, that has had everybody bend over backwards for him the way this one has.
And now, as a victim's advocate, I'm investigating the critical first 48 hours in cases that have left us with more questions than answers. I want to get to the truth. I want justice for the innocent.
Ace. You have slain an enemy. An ally has been slain.
This is the story of some inexperienced rich kids from Beverly Hills trying their hand at the high-stakes investment game, who turned to a con man in a moment of desperation.
They didn't know because he was scamming them, but he didn't know because they were scamming him.
It's the story of two men obsessed with money, power, and status.
The rest of the BBC kids seemed wimpy to me. Joe Hunt is more like a man.
Whose lives intersected at the wrong moment.
Ron was brilliant. He was charming. He lived like a king, apparently out of thin air.
One is serving life in prison, the other missing and presumed dead.
Close blinds, scan for the recorder, tape mouth, handcuff. That looks like something that somebody would do for a kidnapping or murder.
A third man is victim to the chaos they created.
It's the perfect body dump, because we're talking about 2 murders in 1 month that Joe Hunt engineered.
Tonight, I'm investigating a case I witnessed in real time as a young prosecutor.
This is going to be a wild ride, so fasten your seatbelts. This is the Billionaire Boys Club.
Your inhibitor is respawning soon.
We, the jury, find the defendant, Robert Blake, not guilty of the crime of first-degree murder.
The duct tape was wrapped around the face. That, to me, is evidence of a homicide. It's a wild goose chase that she's lying her ass off.
That's pure speculation.
No, it's not. I have pictures.
Enemy double kill. Aced.
The Billionaire Boys Club. They weren't billionaires, and most not even millionaires. All were in their 20s, so they weren't really boys either. But they aspired to the winner-take-all lifestyle that raged in 1980s in Los Angeles, and created an exclusive boys club of reckless privilege, led by a charismatic young con man with something to prove, Joe Hunt.
So tell us, who is Joe Hunt?
Joe Hunt was a very ambitious guy. He was raised in a family without a lot of money.
to one of the most affluent private schools in Los Angeles.
Sue Horton spent 3.5 years following
the primary criticism of virtually... What's going on, guys? Mr. Ballin here. Earlier I had been saying you probably know me from TikTok, but the reality is the majority of people that are watching this video or who have watched my other videos are actually just from YouTube, which is really cool to feel like YouTube is promoting some of my videos. I think I'm incredibly lucky to have that be happening. I'm incredibly lucky to have this page growing as quickly as it is, and I'm incredibly lucky to have you paying attention, even if it's just for a few minutes. So thank you for tuning in. A little bit about me. I am a former Navy SEAL. I got medically retired at the end of 2017. I initially started making content that was pretty much exclusively about being a Navy SEAL and my experiences. But then when I got on TikTok at the end of 2019, early 2020, I kind of just completely pivoted and started sharing stories that I was just fundamentally interested in. Scary stories, true crime, mysteries, that type of content, purely because I enjoy it. I was very fortunate that it took off on TikTok, and here I am on YouTube, kind of trying to do the same thing, sharing content about, darker but really interesting, compelling stories. And it's just something I'm passionate about, and I'm really happy that I'm starting to grow a platform that is based on that, because I would love to do this indefinitely. So today I'm going to be covering a very famous haunting. But before I get into any details about it, I want to be upfront with the people watching this video. This video and my channel in general are not designed to be an attempt at convincing people that the paranormal is real or that ghosts are real. But rather, I want to cover stories that are just plain interesting. And I like covering things that are of the darker variety. True crime, certainly unsolved mysteries falls into that. I love that genre, the kind of dark, mysterious genre. And so this story really interests me because there's lots of photo evidence. There's multiple witnesses that kind of corroborate, not necessarily that ghosts are real, but rather that the events that led to people speculating it was a haunting. There are people that corroborate the details, meaning the story is cohesive, that the actors in the story basically corroborate one another. And so it leads us down a path to getting to the end of the story, and we're like, well, what the hell happened? Because if it's not a haunting, what was it? Because a bunch of things happened that are pretty difficult to explain. So the too long didn't read version of this story is you have a single mom who moves into a home with her kids, and she starts hearing noises in the walls, in the attic. She can't make sense of it. She has friends and the babysitter that are at the house that also hear it. Her ex-husband starts to experience it. You have all these people experiencing these weird phenomena happening in the house. And then, through a weird series of events that involves priests, landlords, and child protective services, they have a paranormal investigator come over with camera equipment and all that. They come in the house and they end up documenting quite a bit of startling imagery and footage that only lends credibility to the fact that this actually might be a real haunting. So that's the story in a nutshell. Let's dive in. In 1989, a 23-year-old woman named Jackie Hernandez has just broken up with her husband, Al. It was an amicable separation. They just weren't on good terms. They decided it's time to get a divorce, but we will, happily co-parent our two kids together. So it's an amicable breakup. Jackie moves into a small, modest home in San Pedro, California, with the kids. And she's working a ton. She's a student at night. She's working multiple jobs. It's a very hard, stressful time, but she's doing her best to support her family and kind of land on her feet. So about a month after living in this house, Jackie comes home from a long day at school and work, and she sits down, kids are asleep, and she puts on the TV. And she's just trying to decompress. And as she's sitting there, she starts to hear what sounds like little pebbles falling down inside of the walls. So she mutes the TV and she's listening, and it's just periodically little pebbles are falling down the wall. She goes up and she's listening, or with her ear against the wall, and she's thinking to herself, there's got to be, a mouse or some critter up in my attic, unfortunately, that's kicking some pebbles into a gap in the wall. And as she's listening, she thinks she hears what sounds like footsteps in the attic. So it startles her. now she's really paying close attention to the attic. She doesn't hear it again. You know, this is the first time she's heard anything like this, so she kind of did the very human sort of rationalizing what she had just heard and assumed she was just hearing things in the attic. It's just some critter. I'll deal with it later. So a couple days later, Jackie has her friend Susan over to just hang out with her at her house. You know, the kids are asleep and they're relaxing, talking, sitting on the couch. And as they're sitting there, they hear a loud bang in the kitchen. It sounded like something had fallen. And so, you know, at this point, Jackie had mentioned to Susan this weird, like, hey, I think I got an animal up in the attic because I heard some rocks falling through the walls. But the funny thing was, is I could have sworn I heard footsteps up there, but you know, probably just my mind playing tricks on me. So Susan is keyed in that maybe there's a little bit of weirdness happening in the house. So when they hear this sound in the kitchen, it's like they both instantly go to, okay, what's happening here? Is this more to do with the footsteps in the attic, or is there a rational explanation? So they're on guard. They walk into the kitchen and they find a picture that was hanging on the wall that had fallen, which honestly that's not a cause for a ghost is in the house, but it was held up by a couple of nails. And the nails were removed from the picture frame and were standing on their head, point up, next to the image, next to the picture. So imagine if a picture falls, are all the nails going to come out and land perfectly on their head right next to it? No, it's almost impossible. But sure enough, that happened. So Susan and Jackie are staring at the picture, they're staring at the nails, and they have no idea what to make of it. You know, Susan was a little bit more eager to connect it to these footsteps in the attic, but she also did not want to frighten her friend because she knows she's living alone. And so they kind of talked a little bit about it, and maybe they both wanted to have that discussion about what's happening in the house. But they both kind of decided, without saying anything, that we're going to kind of avoid this topic. And so they put the picture away, the nails away. Susan actually decides to just leave because she's a little bit freaked out, and so she's gone. The next night, Susan actually brings over a new babysitter. It's this 16-year-old girl named Tina. And so I guess, you know, Jackie wanted a little bit of time to leave the house. She thought that she was kind of losing her mind with all the stress of work and school. And so Tina comes over. Jackie had not told Tina anything about what was going on in the house. It was just like, hey, take care of the kids, see you in a little bit. She's sitting on the couch, Tina, the babysitter, and she just like, you know what, I'm gonna go just check on the kids. I got a weird feeling to make sure they're okay in their bedrooms. And as soon as she goes to push the door opens, which she remembers in an interview saying it was strange that before it actually made contact with the door swung open. But, you know, I didn't think anything of it. I walked in, you know, the sun is just fine. So I walked back out and I shut the door. But as soon as I shut it, I turned around and it was starting to open again. And she describes thinking that, oh, I guess, you know, the house must be, you know, not level or something. Jackie comes home and Tina tells her about the door. And I think that Tina on some level was hoping that Jackie, being the adult, would, you know, hear what she was saying and have just a totally rational explanation for what was going on. Like, oh, you know, the door always does that, you know, something like that. But Tina was shocked when she told her this, and Jackie reacted visibly like she was concerned. And Tina's like keying in on it, and she was like, I mean, do you know why this could happen? Why the door would be kind of opening on its own? And Jackie just said, you know, honestly, there's been a couple of weird things that have happened. And so they talked about it a little bit, but ultimately, you know, they both just decided, you know what, I think that we're connecting things that don't need to be connected. It's just a couple of strange occurrences. So Tina leaves, Jackie goes to bed, and they don't think about it. So the next day, Jackie has Tina come back over because she needs some more help with the kids. And so as they're standing in the kitchen, Jackie's describing to Tina what she needs to do that night, you know, when to feed the kids, what time to put them to bed. Tina just kind of stops paying attention to Jackie and looks up at the corner of the kitchen. And so in the back corner of the kitchen, you know, Tina's looking and she says, did you put in a new light in the corner of your kitchen? And Jackie looks too, and she's like, whoa, what is that? And it looks like there's this like light bulb, kind of a weird looking light bulb in the corner of the kitchen on the ceiling, which there wasn't a light bulb over there, and Jackie says as much, and they're looking at it, and then it begins to move. Not towards them, just it was like just kind of moving around, like an orb of light that was kind of moving around. And now, had Jackie and Tina relayed that particular experience, almost everybody or virtually everyone would be like, yeah, okay, saw a floating light in your kitchen. Well, they took a picture of it because it didn't go away. So they went and got a camera and they took this picture. And so you can see there's like this blob of light, that was in their kitchen. Between the pebbles in the wall, the footsteps in the attic, the falling picture with the nails standing on their head, with, Tina saying the door wouldn't shut, and now this orb of light. Now, Jackie has officially kind of gone from, I'm going to play this rational and not worry about it, to, I have no idea what's wrong, and I can't explain this. I can't tell people this without them thinking I'm crazy, with the exception of Susan and Tina, because her kids were too young to know what was going on. There's no one that she felt comfortable sharing her anxieties and fear about what was happening, because how do you, a skeptical, rational person, go to for example, the police and say, hey, there's nothing in my attic, but I believe there's someone walking around my attic and kicking pebbles into my walls and knocking pictures off the wall and taking the nails out, standing them on the head. They're going to say that, well, are you doing this? Are your kids doing this? And so the only person that Jackie finally felt comfortable telling was her ex-husband, because they were still amicable. She has Al come over and she finally says to him, I have a lot of weird things happening. She showed him the picture of the lights in the kitchen, and she describes everything that happened in the house. And Al would say that in a way he thought that this was just kind of an act to maybe draw attention to the fact that she was lonely and that she missed him. He wasn't sure if that's what it was, but he definitely was not ready to believe in anything she was saying. He just kind of felt bad for the position she was in. So he listens and he says, look, kind of almost playing along with her, he's like, let's just call it out. If there's something happening in your house, we should call it out. And so he stands up and she's saying, no, don't do that, don't do that. And he goes, whoever's here, show yourself. And they're looking around, nothing. And I think in a way, Jackie was disappointed that there wasn't, footsteps in the attic right then and there, but there was nothing. And so Al kind of does there's nothing to worry about here, just stop worrying about it. And so he leaves, and, Jackie's disappointed but not shocked. And she goes to put something away in the closet. This is immediately after he's left. And she opens this closet, and inside the closet, on every wall, inside the closet, on the back of the door, was written Al. A in red and the L in blue. A-L, all over the wall. And that had not been there before. And what she believes was a response to the challenge by Al. So at this point, if she had money, she said she would have left. But she didn't. She didn't have the resources to move. And so she's just kind of trapped, and she's expressing her concerns and her anxiety to her friend Susan. And the two of them are actually out for a walk in their neighborhood, and she's telling Susan how scared she is and like, what do I even do? And it just so happens that the landlord, her landlord, Jackie's landlord, was walking down the street at the same time, and they bump into each other. They have some pleasantries, and Susan, just kind of without even asking Jackie's permission, says to the landlord, hey, there's some weird stuff happening in our house. She doesn't want to tell anyone because she thinks people will think she's crazy. And so they go into describing to the landlord all the strange happenings in the house, the lights that they got a picture of, the pebbles, the footsteps, all of it. And the landlord is very religious and is very concerned and says, would you allow me to have 2 priests come to your house and check your house out? And Jackie check your house out. And Jackie is a religious person, but to be honest, was a little skeptical at the idea of introducing religion to what was going on. I think that for her, she just wanted it to go away, but then again, she had nowhere to turn. And so she was like, okay, we'll have the priest come over and check it out. So the next day, these 2 priests show up to her house, and Jackie's house was very much in disarray. She had 2 young kids, she was working multiple jobs, doing school late, and she had all this weirdness happening in her house. And so when they showed up, her house was a total mess. Her kids are crying. It's a madhouse. And ultimately what happened from this visit is the priest walked around, offered to bless her children, but really they didn't have any sort of like conclusion, and then they leave. And Jackie was like, well, that didn't really do anything for me, but okay. The next day, she gets a visit from Child Protective Services, because the priest had actually filed a complaint saying that this was all a hallucination by an incompetent mother. This notion that the house was haunted, combined with when they showed up, the house was a total mess. They just said, I don't think the kids are safe. And so Child Protective Services gets called, who basically threatened Jackie to like clean it up. Literally clean up your house, but like we're gonna be checking in on you to make sure you're a fit mother. And so this is a huge blow, because now Jackie is seeing what happens when you bring up that your house is haunted, right? That this is what can happen. And so now she is not prepared to share this with anybody. So over the next couple weeks, Jackie brings her kids into the living room and they all start sleeping in the same room. She's increasingly paranoid. You know, she's overworked and she's not sleeping enough, and she's just kind of really spiraling. And, you know, Susan, who's her friend, is really taking a notice, is noticing this. And she also knows the sensitivity of being able to really share this with, you know, authority, because she knows about the Child Protective Services call, and she knows that Jackie is really afraid to share the story with anyone. But she goes over and she tells her, you have to call a paranormal investigator. It is probably the only group of people that if you reach out to them with this story, they're not going to treat you like they're crazy. And if nothing else, that is a reason to call them. Even if what they provide is worthless to you, that, you know, it doesn't accomplish anything, they're at least a group of people that are going to take you seriously. And so finally, Jackie just says, okay, let's do it. So a couple days go by and this team shows up at their house, this paranormal investigator team. They have cameras and recorders. I mean, they are in it to try to capture footage. And even though they were ready to listen to Jackie and had obviously taken her seriously enough that they had shown up at her house, they were fairly skeptical. By their own admission afterwards, after this whole case had happened, they had said that they had covered over 3,000 cases prior to this and brought their recording equipment and all that, had never once found anything usable that would even hint at the existence of ghosts or the paranormal. And so you could say that they were sympathetic to people that had these experiences, but usually either there was nothing going on or they found a rational explanation for whatever the person was claiming to happen. They didn't have any paranormal footage. So they're interviewing Jackie on camera with 3 investigators that are there. They're kind of asking her some questions about what's going on and filming it. And Jackie had actually invited her ex-husband Al to be there with the kids and meet the kids. And they're interviewing her, and then the power goes out, which it sounds pretty cliche, and I get that. But the power goes off, and then the power comes back on, and it visibly shakes Jackie. She had been living in this house with all these weird occurrences, and it was like she had this feeling that something else was happening. And so she starts acting, and she says, you know, I'm telling you, there's something going on in the attic. And so they kind of stop the interview. And, all right, let's just go have a look at the attic. We'll go look. There won't be anything there. We'll come back down and we'll chat with her some more. And so one of the 3 investigators gets a ladder and crawls through this little crawl space into the attic. So he goes up. So while he's doing that, Al, who's in the other room with the kids, he's wide awake, laying with his son. He's just like waiting. He's not really expecting anything to happen. And as he's laying there, he could have sworn he heard someone whisper in his ear, tell them to get the hell out of here. And he has an interview he does where he describes this moment, and you can tell that Al is as skeptical as they come. He's like, I just don't know how to explain it. I heard it clear as day. Right after I heard it, I heard a scream from the attic. The guy, the photographer who's gone up into the attic, he's alone up there, and he brought his expensive camera, and he comes running downstairs or jumps through the hole and practically falls out of the attic. And he tells them, something grabbed my camera. There's no one up there, but something grabbed my camera. And his heart's racing, his face is pale, and the other investigators, they're starting to feel like, what's going on? Al comes bursting out of the room, and he's like, what's going on? And the photographer's like, my camera. And he goes from being scared of what happened to now being like, that's my livelihood. I need to get that camera back. So he goes back up into the attic to retrieve his camera, And he finds the body of the camera in a crate in one side of the attic, and then the lens of the camera had been removed and placed on the other side of the attic. He comes down with his camera, and you can tell that what he's just discovered is really shaking him up, and the other investigators are also very shaken up. And whatever they planned to do that night, whether it was finishing the interview with Jackie or whatever, has now gone out the window. They're ready to leave. Jackie is pleading with them to stay. Al's freaked out. No one knows what's happening. And the investigator's like, yep, we're good. We'll be back soon, I promise. But really, they're just like, let's get out of here. And they bolt. After they leave, Al sticks around for a little bit longer, but ultimately has to go back because he has to work early the next day. And so Jackie is left all alone with the kids. She is totally freaked out. She feels like the investigators have upset the entity in the house. And so she's pretty much on edge for something bad to happen, and sure enough, it does. So that night, Jackie is laying on the sofa. She's in full crisis mode. She has no idea what's going on in her house. Watching the investigators who are supposed to be investigating this stuff be obviously spooked and leave really unsettled her. She felt like she didn't have any support from Al. She just felt like the whole situation had just completely fallen apart, and she's so scared for her kids. And she's laying on the sofa, and at some point she must have passed out. And then she wakes up suddenly, and she looks at the foot of her sofa, and she believes she sees what appears to be the figure of an old man standing there looking at her kids. She screams, it vanishes, she grabs her kids, and she runs out of the house. The first people she calls is the investigators, because again, she's worried about telling the police in fear that they would think it was her being crazy and have her kids taken from her. So she calls the investigators, and they don't pick up. She leaves a voicemail, and on the voicemail, she's completely desperate. She's like, please come back. I'm out of the house. I can't go back in. I don't know what to do. Like, I can't go back in. Please help me. And one of the photographers who was there heard the voicemail and decides, you know what? We gotta go. It's super late at night. They find Jackie outside of her property in pajamas with her kids. She's totally freaked out. They bring her inside, and the house is totally calm. There's no sign of anything going on. And so they're kind of walking around the house. No one goes in the attic, but they're just walking around, and it's silent. And after a little bit of time, maybe because it's so calm in the house, they decide, you know what, just because back up into the attic. For sanity, let's just take some pictures and videos. See what's up. So two of the investigators go up into the attic. One has a flashlight and a camera, and then the other just has his camera. And so they go up there, and Jackie and the third investigator are kind of anxiously standing at the foot of the attic, looking up. And the guys who are up in the attic walking around, they're reporting down to them, we don't see anything, we don't hear anything, it's quiet up here. But like the tension is building, right? And they stop at some point, the two in the attic, and it's just like silence. And all of them reported a snap, and another snap, and a third snap, and silence. Jackie begins having this overwhelming sense of fear. The guys in the attic are trying to stay calm. They're like kind of trying to talk about, oh, that could have been the roof. Oh, it could have been this. But the investigator who's down below, Jackie and Jackie herself, they start kind of panicking. They're like, hey, come on, come back down. Let's not risk it. Something's about to happen. Come back down. So as they're making their way back over to the exit of the attic, and it's totally pitch black up there, minus whatever light source they had, all of a sudden, one of the investigators just gets yanked backwards into the attic. And it was actually the guy holding the flashlight. And so they hear a tumbling of the flashlight, a tumbling of the camera, and silence from this other investigator. The other investigator who's up in the attic with him that was not yanked back, he turns around and it's gone. And that guy, who has not been yanked suddenly, all he has is his camera, and the other guy has a flashlight. So he instinctively starts clicking pictures with his camera to use the flash. Jackie and the guy on the ground, they're screaming, what's going on, and he's just clicking pictures, not looking in the viewfinder, just flashing. And he sees one of the investigator has been hoisted up into the rafters of the attic. He's been tied to a post with a picture on him. And so they run over, the investigator who's up there with him, he runs over, he unties him, pulls him down, and that guy's, totally freaked out. He doesn't know how he got up there. They collect their stuff and they practically fall out of the attic, and it's just pure mayhem because the guy is freaked out. He's ashen-faced. He's got these marks on his neck like something was holding onto his neck, and they run out of the house, never to go back in. Jackie says that she's not experienced anything paranormal since this instance and swears that this was not a hoax, that in fact this is one of the lowest points of her life, and it made her look like an incompetent mother, and it makes her look crazy, and a lot of people still think she's crazy, and for her, this was just a traumatic experience that she has no explanation for. So I'd love to hear what you guys think. If there's a better explanation than ghosts, let me know in the comments, and please be sure to like and subscribe if you've not already. Also, you can check me out on Instagram. My handle's JohnBallin416, and then on TikTok, it's Mr. Ballin as well. I hope you guys enjoyed this. Talk to you next week. I remember one of my buddies told me that I had to watch this one particular episode of the show Paranormal Witness. It's a show on Sci-Fi Network. They take people who have first-hand encounters with something paranormal and they make it into a TV show. And I was directed to watch one episode in their first season called The Poltergeist. And when I tuned in to watch it, I was ready to turn it off. It just sounded like every other haunting that's ever happened. Family moves into house. They think it's great. Suddenly they hear banging on the walls, and all of a sudden demons are attacking them. This story starts the same way. However, they took a whole bunch of pictures, and they have a whole bunch of videos, and even if all of it is a hoax, it's terrifying. I remember watching it and having to pause it. I was shook up. I didn't want to finish the episode. I thought I would pay homage to, in my opinion, one of, if not the single scariest episode of Paranormal Witness or any paranormal show I've ever seen, and I would retell that story on my channel. And so that's what I'm going to do today. But before we get into today's story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place, because that's all I do, and I upload 3, 4, even 5 times every week. So if that's of interest to you, I would encourage you to sneak into the bathroom the next time the like button is taking a shower and steal their towel and their clothes and then run away. Also, please subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly downloads. Alright, let's get into this story. In 2006, Susan Lewis and her daughter Jamie moved into a new home in Southern California. It was this nice little house that they referred to as their sanctuary. They loved it there. And shortly after moving in, Susan's new boyfriend, Matt, he moved in as well. Matt and Jamie got along great. Also, Matt had a daughter named Marie, who was the same age as Jamie. And so those two got along great. Susan and Matt are getting along great. One happy family living in this beautiful little home that they call their sanctuary. I mean, it's a charmed life. Everything would change when the peanut butter started. A few weeks after moving in, it's this beautiful summer day, and Matt and Jamie and Marie are all outside goofing around in the pool, and Susan steps away from them to go into the house to make lunch for the group. Susan goes into the kitchen, and she sees on the counter that a peanut butter jar had its lid off and had been turned on its side. And oddly enough, the peanut butter seemed to be running out of the jar like it had been melted. It was like in a liquid state, pouring out of the jar, and had gone all over the ground. She felt the temperature in the air and it wasn't very hot. So she figures one of the kids must have come in here and for whatever reason, microwaved the peanut butter and then dumped it on the counter. And so she reflexively turns around. She's like, Jamie, her daughter, Jamie, get in here. Jamie comes inside. She's like, what, Mom? And she's like, did you do this? And Jamie would say that she literally laughed at her mom. Like, why would I do that? And her mom's like, well, I don't know. Did you know if Marie did this? And she's like, no, we've been outside. So she shoos her daughter away and she calls in Marie. And Marie, too, is like, no, I didn't touch the peanut butter. Susan ultimately just kind of says, okay, the kids don't want to own up to it. It's a great day today. I'm not going to let this ruin it. And so she's kind of rationalizing what's going on. She's thinking, okay, one of the kids must have knocked it over without meaning to, and maybe it was warmer in here and I just didn't realize it and it melted. Any number of things could have been the reason for this, but I just don't care. After cleaning up the peanut butter, Susan leaves the house and they, all 4 of them, spend the rest of the day goofing around outside near the pool. And they come back in the house later that day, they find that there have been cans that you would keep in your pantry, like canned food, stacked on each of the steps leading upstairs. They also find that there have been random objects placed all over the house in strange patterns. In the bathroom, they find shampoo bottles stacked on top of one another, hairbrushes arranged in a star pattern on the counter. They open the microwave and find peanut butter jars and other random canned foods and stuffed animals from the kids' rooms in the microwave. The cleaning materials underneath the sink have been pulled out and arranged in a height line from shortest to tallest on the kitchen floor. Also, there were just strange liquids all over the walls. It looked like maybe ketchup or other sauces. They couldn't really tell what it was, but it was sprayed all over the house. There was shampoo on the walls and soap on the walls. And so when Susan and Matt and the girls go inside, they think that someone's invaded their house. So they run back out again. They're kind of looking around the property, wondering what they should do. And no one's come near their property. They would have seen someone come to their property. So they start filming it. They go in and they film what's going on. That's why we have all these pictures. And they have no idea what to make of this. Matt believes it's Jamie, so not his biological daughter. Susan believes it's his daughter, Marie, and it starts this awful conflict between Matt and Susan. This would be the start of what would turn out to be a major fracture in this family, because it just continued to grow. You got to put yourself in their position. If you're Matt or Susan, you don't want this to be anything other than one of the kids did this. If it's not one of the kids, it means you had an intruder in your home. If it's not an intruder, then what caused it? They believe that the other child is doing this. They believed it so much that they did not see reason, but more than that, it would keep Matt and Susan from handling this the way I think anyone should have, which is get the police involved. They don't. So they start cleaning it up, and the house was really a mess. So it took quite a while to clean it up. And they ultimately just kind of moved on in that way that people who are in denial move on because you're in denial. That's what they were doing. So a week passes since finding their house in disarray with cans and jars all over the place and liquids on the walls. And Jamie and Marie are spending some time together in Jamie's home. Marie was sitting at a desk that was next to the bed, and Jamie had a cup of coffee. She puts the cup of coffee down on the desk next to Marie and says, I have to go use the bathroom. She turns around, she walks out, she comes back, and Marie has her head down in her homework. She's not apparently paying attention to anything around her. And Jamie walks in and sees that the cup of coffee that had been sitting on the desk has now been thrown all over her bed. And there's only been one person inside of the room, and that's been Marie. She's like, Marie, what are you doing? Why'd you throw my coffee all over the bed? And Marie pokes her head up and she's like, what are you talking about? And she looks over at the coffee and she's just as surprised as Jamie is. She's like, I didn't do that. Jamie doesn't believe Marie. She's mad at her because Jamie believed that Marie was the one responsible for placing the cans and everything all over the house. And so this was just another example of her trying to get attention or something like that. Jamie leaves the room to get some bleach. She comes back and she puts the bleach down on her dresser. She had all her drawers open with her clothes out. And she has this bottle of bleach sitting right at the top of this dresser. And so she goes over to the bed, picks up the cup itself that had the coffee. She puts that back on the table, turns around to get the bleach, and the cap has been turned off and it's now dumping bleach all over her clothes. It's just pouring out. Marie had been sitting in the chair the whole time, and Jamie had seen her the whole time. And so when she sees the bleach dumping all over her clothes, she knows it could not have been Marie. So she screams, Marie looks over, she sees what's going on, she screams. Susan hears this and comes charging in the room and she's like, what's going on? The girls can't describe what's going on. And as they're standing there, a picture frame falls off the wall. And it startles them all. They're looking over, and then another picture falls. It's one thing to have one picture fall, but to have two fall in close succession to one another, that's not a coincidence. Susan sees the pictures fall. She hears her kids in hysterics, and they run out of there. They get in the car and actually just leave the house because the girls just did not want to be there. This was a big moment in this story because to this point, Jamie, without saying anything, believed Marie was responsible for placing everything around the house and making a mess in the house. Marie felt the same way about Jamie. Again, they didn't say it to each other, but it's how they rationalized it. Susan was doing the same thing, but for both of the kids. She basically believed that either Marie or Jamie had placed the cans all over the house. Now, Susan is starting to believe that something else is going on in the house, and Marie and Jamie absolutely believe something is going on in the house. They actually suggested that we believe our house is haunted. At some point after driving around, Susan and Jamie and Marie go back to the house. Matt has been at work the whole time, so he's not there. When they get back to the house is once again covered in cans all up the stairs, placed in weird orientations on the ground, things in the microwave. The fridge has been opened, all the food's been dumped out, there's liquids all over the wall, and they hadn't been there. And neither had Matt. Now combine it with the fact that you just had this coffee and bleach incident and the picture's fallen off the wall, they're talking about the house being haunted. You can imagine what it was like to walk into that house and see it like that all over again when it could not have been Jamie or Marie or Susan. When Matt came home that night, he was just more convinced that it had to have been Marie or Jamie or even Susan, because Susan's acting like something's going on here, something paranormal's going on here, and he wasn't there. He didn't see the coffee and bleach incident. He didn't see the pictures falling off the wall. And now he sees his girlfriend kind of buying into this idea that it's some paranormal thing. He was a really intense skeptic and was just absolutely unwilling to see this as anything other than a bad prank that now his girlfriend is even getting in on. It causes a huge fight between him and Susan. He's like, why are you letting the kids doing this? Why are you feeding into this? She's saying, you don't get it. There's something wrong with this house. Practically at each other's throats, they pick the house up again. It takes forever. They put everything back, and by the end of it, it's like no one wants to talk to each other. The kids are fighting with each other. Susan and Matt practically hate each other, and that's how that night wraps up. That night, all the power went out in the house, and all they heard all night was doors banging non-stop. And their stove is set to light, so all you hear is that clicking sound. They couldn't get it to turn off. I mean, right in front of them, there's all this paranormal activity, and they're recording it. They have no idea what to do. Even though we view this story and say, come on, guys. Either this is an elaborate hoax or you gotta go to the police. You gotta do something right here. You're doing it wrong. You're in denial, you're fighting with each other. You can't do that. You gotta do something about this. But now put yourself in their position. Their world has been completely turned upside down. Everything they believed and understood about the world is being questioned right now. They are trying to hold on to every last shred of that former life and understanding of life that they had before this haunting began. And so they don't handle this well. They just continue to fight and to be at each other's throats, blaming each other for all the things that are blatantly happening in front of them that have nothing to do with Matt, Susan, Jamie, or Marie. So at this point, Susan and Matt and the girls have not told any of their friends or other family members about what's going on. So the next day, Susan would actually go to her close friend and say, here's what's going on, and I have no idea what to do. And her friend would say, maybe you ought to try giving it a peace offering. Maybe this thing in your house, feels like you're intruding, and if you offer some sort of peace offering to demonstrate that you mean no harm, that you want to coexist, that maybe it'll get along with you. Maybe it'll stop. So whether this was good advice or not, we don't know. But Susan finally has something that she has control over. And she really gets into this. She gets the girl, she knows Matt's going to be out for the day at work, and she knows Matt would not be cool with doing this. He would not believe that offering a peace offering would win good. It would just cause him a fight. And so she saw this window of time to take the girls and do this peace offering. She had this little figurine. It was a cat figurine. Susan loved cats, and she figured that a cat represented something she loved, and so it would be the perfect kind of deliberate, intentional offering, showing that she means no harm, they mean no harm. Let's kind of call it truce here. And she puts candles on this table, and she puts the cat right in the middle, and she doesn't know what to say or how to do it. And the girls are just sitting there like, what's happening here? And Susan just kind of says, please accept this gift. It's my gift to you. We mean no harm, and we want to coexist. And it just so happens that as they're performing this kind of ritual, Matt came home. He had not slept the night before. It had been a really bad night with the slamming of doors and all that craziness. And so he left work early. He called in sick, basically. And he comes into the house and literally sees Susan doing this kind of ritual with his daughter and his stepdaughter. And he immediately goes to like, absolutely not. We're not going to go to trying to interact with this thing. We're not going to act like it's real. It's not real. And so he goes over and he kind of picks up on what they're doing, that this cat figurine is at the center of attention. And, Susan and the girls are telling him, don't do anything, don't touch it. And he takes the figurine and he walks out to the back deck and he throws it onto their backyard. And Susan and the girls are crying because they're like, oh my gosh, you're going to make this so much worse. Everybody's attention is towards the backyard. When they all turn around to look at the mantle, Matt thinking he had solved the problem, there is a figurine, an identical one of the cat that's sitting on the table again. They all gasp, they can't believe it. and it doesn't make any sense. They watched Matt throw the figurine. Matt doesn't care. Picks it up and throws it on the ground and smashes it right then and there. And it's just this crazy sequence of events that when you hear the first-hand interviews with Susan, she can barely describe this moment because you're seeing something reappear. And then Matt is destroying it. It's like a very deliberate, aggressive act towards this thing in the house. The very opposite of what it was meant to do. And Susan would say that she knew they were going to go through hell for that. That night, after everybody finally fell asleep, Jamie wakes up in the middle of the night and goes down into the kitchen to get a snack. When she goes in there, she sees written all over the walls, everywhere, is the word cat. Everywhere. And she immediately runs upstairs, she gets her mom, she gets Matt and Marie. Everybody sees that there's the word cat written everywhere. Matt looks at Jamie and says, "You're the one that found this. You did this." Susan comes to defend Jamie and says, "You're the one, Matt, that smashed the cat figurine. There's no wonder this is happening." And so this horrible fight happens where they aren't seeing what's actually going on. They're just seeing red and fighting with each other. Meanwhile, they're blatantly being haunted. In addition to cat being written everywhere, the house had been completely ransacked. I mean, everything's been dumped out of drawers. Everywhere that you could make a mess, there had been a mess made. And no one woke up to it. They were all in bed. No one woke up to this much of a mess. It didn't make any sense. They start cleaning up this horrible mess. And as they move some things aside in the kitchen, they find what looks to be a huge footprint. It is not Matt's footprint. It's certainly not one of the girls' footprints. It's easy for us to say, well, why didn't you go to the police? But you got to remember that when you're in real crisis mode, your brain will tell you that everything is fine. It will be in complete denial of things that are right in front of you because it's a coping mechanism. And so they did nothing and just let it continue. Susan desperately wanted to leave the house, but she couldn't do it financially. They couldn't leave the house. They couldn't afford to, so they're trapped. At this point, the kids are getting very withdrawn. They don't want to be in the house, so Marie would end up staying in her room all day. Jamie would do the same thing. Matt and Susan weren't talking. There was just nothing being done to correct the situation, and everybody was so upset and angry with each other. It was just a worst case scenario. So in the last couple of weeks that they ever stayed at this house, because they would leave, two major events occurred. The first one happened when Marie was home alone. She was only going to be there for a couple hours by herself, and even though Susan and Matt did not want to leave her alone, they didn't have another choice, and Jamie wasn't there. So Marie's going to be home alone, and it's nighttime. So this is like straight out of a horror movie. She's sitting in the living room watching TV, and at some point the TV starts turning off and on. So off on, off on, off on, and she knows, because she's been in this house now and seen the craziness, that something bad's about to happen. And the TV finally just turns off. She can't get it on. She reaches for the remote. The remote flies off the table. And now she's just sitting there frozen because she knows that something's in the house with her. She watches as the rocking chair right in front of her just starts to rock back and forth, as if the person or thing that had pulled away the remote had walked over and sat down in the rocking chair and was now looking at her rocking back and forth. Marie is looking at the rocking chair as all the pictures on the walls just start one by one falling off the wall. Marie and Jamie had a habit of always having a digital camera with them at all times because they were taking pictures and filming everything strange happening in their house. And so as she's laying there, just absolutely horrified, she takes her camera in her hand and kind of turns it and just starts taking pictures of the room before running out of the room to get her phone, where she calls Susan, she calls her dad, she calls everybody. She's screaming into the phone, "You got to get here, something's going on." And Susan flies home, Jamie flies home, they rush inside and they grab her, and she's unhurt, but the house has once again been tossed. And then after it all kind of settles down, Marie says, "I took pictures." And so Susan and Matt and Jamie look at these pictures. There are these weird orbs of light that are very clearly in the room with her, that are moving around the room. She managed to get a couple pictures of them, and they're just totally out of this world. At this point, Matt is convinced that there's something paranormal happening in the house. He's not even putting up the charade that this is Jamie, because it wasn't. It wasn't his daughter. It wasn't anybody. How can you explain these pictures? You can't. And so Matt decides, well, I don't know who we call for this, but I think you call the church. And so he tried calling a bunch of priests and pastors and tried to get anybody to come over. And the best he could do was get a pastor to come over and pray with them before leaving and saying, "We can't help you." And so they were totally on their own, and they can't afford to leave. They know something horrible is happening here, and they're just trapped. And finally, the second major event that occurred in those final 2 weeks happened to Jamie when she was home alone. Jamie was in her room and she starts hearing pounding on her door. She started filming this pounding on her door. There's no one home with her. And you just hear in her voice that she's terrified and someone is pounding over and over on the door, on her bedroom door. And at some point she knows she has to go into the hall. And so she goes over to the door. She's building the strength to reach down and open the door. And as soon as her hand would go near the doorknob, the pounding on the other side of the door would stop. Like it knew she was about to come out into the hall. And so she didn't open the door. And she went back onto her bed and she just sat there in the fetal position for 3 hours, listening to something smashing nonstop into the door. At some point, the banging stops. And after a few minutes of the banging being done, she thinks this is her chance to escape the house. She opens the door and there's no one there. But the door on the outside, where the knocking had been happening, there's this huge dent and divot in the door. And the door handle on the outside, from the hallway side, has been bent downward. On the ground in the hall is a pile of utensils, pots, pans, silverware, knives. This thing had been using tools to try to open the door. Next door to her room was a bathroom, and the bathroom door did not have a doorknob on it. You basically just pushed it shut. But there was a space for a doorknob that you could actually look through. They just hadn't put it on there yet. And she noticed in the bathroom that the light was flickering. And she thought, I think it's in there. And she decides she's going to try to trap this thing. So she goes to her desk where she had some string. She goes back over and loops the string through this hole in the door and leans back and pulls the door shut, thinking she's trapped this thing inside. As soon as she does, she starts feeling resistance on the door. Someone is pulling back. And at some point, the string gets cut and she falls back into her room. At which point, the bathroom door swings open and she says, I'm about to come face to face with something out of my nightmares. But before she could see this thing come out of the bathroom, her bedroom door slams shut and she hears the rustling of pans and tools and metal clinking against each other right outside her door. She knows this thing is interacting with all those tools and pots and pans right on the other side of her door. It's this horrifying thought. And after just a moment or two, she sees smoke coming into her bedroom. And so she immediately runs to the door to try to open it. And when she does, she sees that now there is a frying pan sitting in the hall that has a toilet paper roll completely on fire. And that there's been toilet paper strewn all over the hallway. Like this is a wick and it's gonna light the hallway on fire. She grabs a sweatshirt and she smothers the fire. At this point, she's in full survival mode. She knows she has to get out of this house. It's trying to kill her. And so she walks down this hall, pulling aside all of the toilet paper, getting ready to come face to face with this horrible thing. She goes into the living room. The whole thing has been covered in toilet paper, paper towels. Papers have been strewn everywhere. This thing was trying to light the house on fire with her trapped inside. And so she manages to make her way through this maze of toilet paper. She sees there's no other fire set, and she goes outside defeated and just sits on the front steps of her house, waiting for her mom to come back. Susan, Matt, and Marie were all together, so they came back and they saw Jamie sitting on the front steps just crying. They go inside, they see the scene. Jamie explains what happens, and that was it. They knew they were going to have to go bankrupt to leave the house. They did not have the money to leave, but they had to leave. And so they barely packed up and they left that house. It didn't sell. Susan literally went bankrupt. And soon after they left the neighborhood, their neighbors left the neighborhood, and 5 other neighbors in their immediate vicinity all left. All of the houses did not sell. They are all vacant. No one knows why. Susan, Jamie, Matt, and Marie, since leaving that neighborhood, even though they were ruined financially, they were very happy to get out of there. They've had no other paranormal activity since they left, and they're just glad they got out of there with their lives. So I'd love to get your reaction to this story. What'd you think of it? What do you think happened? Let me know in the comments, and I'll be sure to get back to as many of you as I possibly can. If you enjoyed today's story and you want to hear more stories like it, then if you haven't done this already, please sneak into the bathroom the next time the like button is taking the shower and steal their towel and their clothes. Also, please subscribe to my channel and turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my weekly uploads. If you have a story that you think would be a good fit for this channel, whether it's your personal story or just a story suggestion, please go to our subreddit. It's just called Mr. Ballin. It's linked below in the description, and submit it there. I read that subreddit every single day, so I will definitely see it if you put it on there. If you want to get in touch with me, you can direct message me on Instagram. My username is JohnBallin416. I also just started using a Twitter account. My username is also JohnBallin416. And I'm very active on TikTok, where my username is Mr. Ballin. So whether I see you on Reddit, Instagram, Twitter, TikTok, YouTube, some combination, I just really appreciate your support. And until next time, guys, that's going to do it. See ya. The primary criticism of virtually every paranormal story out there is a lack of credibility. Either the person claiming the events happened lacks credibility themselves, or you just don't have any other corroborating evidence, like other people that witnessed it, other credible people that witnessed it, or in many cases, a lack of video or photo proof that said paranormal event happened. But in the case of the story today, you not only have a highly credible witness, a NASA robotics engineer, you also have other corroborating witnesses that are from that NASA engineer's family that were there and witnessed it with him. And you have, albeit limited, you do have video footage of what they are claiming happened in that area. But before we get into all of that in today's story, if you are a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, well, that's what my channel is all about, and I upload 3 to 4 times a week. So if that's your thing, if you could gently pulverize the like button and then turn on all notifications so you don't miss any of my uploads every week. All right, let's get into it. Bill Vail has always been incredibly scientifically minded. He's always had technical jobs his whole life. He took a job for 15 years at NASA as a robotics engineer. He also spent a little time as a pilot for NASA as well. He is just somebody that is very process oriented. And in fact, his family and friends, they say this with respect, but they say that, you know, Bill, he lacks an imagination. He's super pragmatic, super to the point, and doesn't really have time for, call it, creativity. He's all about facts. In 2002, Bill and his wife separate, and it catches Bill a little bit off guard. And it almost prompts like a midlife crisis for him where, you know, before it had been really his work with NASA that had been fulfilling to him, and now he has this huge gap in his life, and suddenly, you know, he's looking around and he's like, what am I doing all this for? I don't have a family anymore, like, what am I doing? And so he decides to move back home to Arlington, Texas, where his little brother lived. So when he gets to Arlington, he feels like he can have a fresh start in a way. You know, he has family around, so he doesn't feel quite as lonely, and he actually just takes a job at his brother's water purification company because he wasn't sure what he was going to do. He just knew that he needed to do something. So he gets a job at this water purification company, and he starts working with his brother, and he finds that even though it's not the same type of work that he was doing as a robotics engineer at NASA, it was nice to be working day in and day out with a family member. So Bill has only been living in Arlington for just a couple of months, and he had only been at the water purification company for maybe a couple of weeks. And so when a Saturday house call was called into the company and no one really wanted to do it, Bill thought, you know what, I'll take one to the team, make a good impression on my coworkers, and I'll take the house call. And what it involved is part of Bill's job was to go demonstrate how to install and use the water purification system in customers' homes. The dispatcher for the water purification company said to Bill, she goes, hey, listen, this is a little bit weird, but the person who called was adamant that you be there at 5 o'clock, not a minute earlier, not a minute later. And it was probably only about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and he's like, so what do I do? And she's like, I don't know, like, we're gonna bite to eat, make sure you're there by 5. And so he does that, he's like, that's weird. But he drives around and he parks outside of the house a little ways down the street, and a couple minutes before 5, he gets out and he starts heading over to the property, to this house call. He starts walking up the path to this big brick house at like 4:59, and as he's getting closer to the steps, he can hear through the front door, which you can already tell it's slightly open, it's not latched all the way. He can hear screaming inside of this house, it sounds like a woman screaming, and it actually sounds like she's screaming, "Get out of here." But he doesn't really know what to make of it. He has a job to do, so he walks up to the door, and even though it's open, he knocks. And now he can literally hear through the crack of the door that someone in this house is screaming. And he's listening, and finally he decides, well, I should probably just open it up and make sure everything's okay. So I can hear someone screaming inside, the door's open. So he opens it up and he walks inside. He takes one step inside of the residence and just kind of peeks around, and he can see a little bit down the hall off to the right, there's an opening to a room. And in the room are 3 men on their knees in a little circle, and a woman is walking around them in a circle, and she's holding a book in her hand, and she's speaking in tongues. Just nonsensical, couldn't make sense of her language, but periodically as she's circling them and she's touching each of their heads, she's screaming, "Get out of here. Leave these people. Get out of here." Bill is about to leave. He knows that this is just too weird for him, but right before he does, the woman who's walking around with 3 men on the ground looks up at him and points directly at him and doesn't break eye contact and just holds her finger out pointing at him. And he gets this very strange sense that like this woman wants to do harm to him, and so he just runs out the door and is like, yeah, I'm not going back in there. Goes back to his car and he calls the dispatcher back at the water purification company, and he's like, okay, I just took an insane house call. The lady in there is crazy. I'm not doing it. Don't reschedule, and if you do not put me on it because I will not do it. Bill was a very straightforward guy. And he's just not going to let his imagination run wild with what they were doing. You know, those people are crazy, and that's not my business. It's not my problem. And so he forgot about it. He just goes home to his house, and he turns on the TV, and he gets his microwave dinner, and he's just sitting there eating his food and just having a nice Saturday night to himself, when out of the corner of his eye in his other room, now keep in mind, Bill lives alone and has no pets. Out of the corner of his eye, he thinks he sees something small dart across the ground. He couldn't tell if it was flying through the room or flying through the room, but he just was like, oh, now I got some rodent or a bird or something in my house. It must have snuck in through the chimney. And so Bill is not scared. He's mostly like frustrated that now he has to deal with some rodent in his house or some bird in his house. So he puts his food down and he turns on all the lights. He's watching TV with the lights off, turns on all the lights, and just searches his house. He's like quiet, listening, trying to like hear where the thing went in his house. And he can't hear anything, and after over an hour, he just decides, well, geez, I don't know where it went, I don't know what it was, maybe I didn't even see it in the first place. So that night, he wakes up suddenly to what feels like some small creature running over the foot of his bed, but like over his foot. Instantly wakes him up, and he instinctively sucks his legs up to his chest under his covers. You know, as pretty much anybody would do when some random creature is running on your feet in the middle of the night. And he's like, great, this thing, it's probably, now you can tell it's a rat, it's a rodent. He's like, great, now it's literally in my bedroom on my bed. And so he flips on the lights, and now he's just mad because it's right in the middle of the night. It's the last thing he needs. And he lights on and he searches the room. He looks under, his dresser, he looks in the closet, he looks under his bed, he looks everywhere. And he can't find this thing. He's stopping periodically to listen, and he can't hear scurrying or anything. Did I imagine that as well? Because, I mean, I guess I don't know if I saw something darting out of the corner of my eye when I was watching TV. I think I did. And just now, could that have been in my dream? You know, because he wasn't really awake for it happening. He woke up to it and thought it's what happened. And so he's starting to, like, tell himself, you know what? I'm somehow creating this weird thought in my head. Like, I probably didn't see anything downstairs, and I was probably having a dream about this, rodent in my house, and that's what prompted the thought that something had come. And so he's like, all right, whatever. Turns off his lights, and he goes back to bed. So Bill falls back asleep, but shortly thereafter, he wakes up again when his bed is violently shaking. And he wakes up, and his bed's shaking, and it stops almost immediately once he's awake. And he thinks that they're having an earthquake. So he jumps out of his bed and he's looking around to see if like things are going to start falling on him. He runs to the window, he looks outside, he can't tell what's going on. He runs into the other room and he can suddenly tell, because he's in a bit of a panic, that there is no more shaking happening. But the shaking's done, the house is totally silent. And he runs back to his bed and he has this thought like, could I in my sleep have shaken my bed? And he had one of those huge 4-poster beds. Then he's like trying to move it, and Bill's a big, strong guy, and he can barely move his bed. And he has this memory of my bed was literally shaking, And he's like, now this is 3 times that something strange has happened. And I can't make sense of it. And being a very kind of pragmatic person, not one with, as his family said, a wild imagination. He did not have that. He's like, okay, let's find out if there was an earthquake. So he goes online and he starts researching earthquakes. And he's thinking maybe if the earthquake had just happened, that the news would break right then and there, some headline. There's nothing. And so he's like, okay, what other rational things could have caused my house to shake? Because again, there's no other damage in this house. Nothing fell, it was just, he felt the shaking and that was it. And so he starts researching, like, what's in the area, and he finds that there was a military base, and actually it's an air base right near his house, a couple miles away. And he's thinking, okay, well, you know, when the fighter jets are taking off, that take off at all hours, maybe there's a sonic boom from one of the jets accelerating. He didn't know if that was it, but he thought it could be it. And then he's like, oh, well, there's also all these oil rigs that are drilling in the area. Maybe there was an accident, so he's researching for, you know, recent accidents at oil rigs, and he's trying to find a rational explanation for this bed shaking incident. He also can't help but feel like, what happened with that thing I saw? There was a touching feet. Like, he's not connecting the two events, but he has this weird sense that either something's wrong with him and he's losing his mind, or something really weird is happening in his property. So as he's trying to find this rational explanation, his internet goes out. And so he tries troubleshooting it a couple times, but he can't get it to work. And so he calls his service provider to just have them see if they can fix it. And so he calls customer service, somebody picks up, and they're like, yep, your internet's out, let me fix it for you. Let me put you on a brief hold. And so they put him on hold, and as he's sitting there, like, listening to elevator music, like, staticky sounds started coming through the receiver, and he's just noticing it. It's nothing significant. But then a voice comes into the phone that is speaking in tongues, like nonsensical language that sounds almost threatening. At some point, Bill is just totally unsettled by this voice, because it's just going on and on. He's been on hold now for like 2 minutes of this weird voice he's saying. And like in just a couple of seconds, he gets a call back from the same customer service rep that he had just been speaking to. And he had an accent, and Bill picked up on it and said, hey, was I just talking to you? And the customer service rep was like, yeah, sorry we got disconnected. And Bill says, did you hear that voice? Did you hear that strange voice on the phone? And the customer service rep, who mostly operates on a bit of a script, kind of deviates for a second and says, actually, yes, I did hear that. And I was actually trying to figure out how that could have been possible, because we use a very secure phone line when we talk to our customers, and there's really no way for someone to actually block my ability to speak to you. Like, even if someone was on the call, you would still be able to hear me. And I was trying to yell to you, and you weren't hearing me. So I don't know how that would have happened. I definitely heard the voice. I don't know what that was, and we're so sorry. So both of them are definitely weirded out by it. But, you know, the customer service rep, he's got a job to do. And he's like, hey, your internet works again. Thanks. Talk to you soon. He hangs up. And Bill's left with his internet working again. But now that's the 4th strange thing. He has the thing that runs across the room as he's watching TV. He has the thing that ran across his feet at night. He has his bed shaking, and now he has this like devil voice speaking in tongues on the phone that the customer service rep also couldn't make sense of. He decides to, you know, I'm done doing research for the night. It's, you know, 3 in the morning or whatever it was. I'm gonna just try to get a couple hours of sleep because this is just starting to freak me out. So Bill gets back in his bed, he's trying to sleep, but he can't stop thinking about the fact that there have been 4 strange occurrences in the span of just a couple of hours. And he can't help himself. He starts to feel a little bit worried that something that he doesn't understand is going on, something bad is going on. And as he's sitting there desperately trying to sleep, he swears he can hear some sort of sound underneath his bed. He knows it could be his mind playing tricks on him, but it doesn't matter. He thinks he hears it, and now he's habitually, like a child, he pulls the covers over his head. And he's just laying on his bed with the covers over his head, just basically trying to convince himself, like, this isn't happening. There isn't anything under your bed. Just relax. Nothing's happening. He's got his legs sucked up, you know, up near his chest. He's just under his sheets. And the way he was positioned is he had left a light on in his room, and there was a light basically beaming down onto the sheet that was over the upper part of his body. So there's a little bit of light into the cavern under his sheets. And so he's holding it up over his head, And as he's sitting there, like trying to tell himself that nothing's going on, he looks down towards the foot of his bed, under his covers, right? And he sees a hand slowly reaching up from the side of the bed, come up and try to grab his foot. And it just misses and then retracts out from under the bed. Bill literally leaps out of bed, flips on every light, and is now in just absolute crisis mode. He immediately is like up against the wall, doesn't even want to look under the bed, but eventually he does. He kind of pokes under, nothing's down there. He looks around his room, there's no sign of anybody in the room, and now it's like, okay, you've had so many strange occurrences, and none of it makes sense. Like, what are you going to do? And he had no idea. So Bill does not attempt to go back to bed that night. He goes downstairs, flips on every light in his house, starts drinking coffee like he's a witch. He said, I'm not doing this. So he stays up the rest of the day. So the next day, Bill just tries to have a normal day. He doesn't want to think about what happened the night before. So he goes to work like normal, doesn't tell anybody about it. Again, Bill he's a straight shooter. He's not about to be, the former NASA robotics engineer. It's like, hey, let me tell you about the paranormal stuff that's happening in my house. He's doing everything he can to not think like that. And so by the end of the day, he started to feel a little bit of anxiety as he was getting ready to get back to his house. Because he would have to potentially face some of the strange things that happened the night before. They could happen again tonight. And so he gets home, has all his lights on. He's not about to keep his lights off. And he's sitting in his chair. He always sits in the same one where he was watching TV and saw that thing dart across the room. He's sitting there and he's eating his microwave dinner and he's watching TV. Again, all the lights on in his house. And he looks down for a minute to get another bite of food. And when he looks up, a bottle is singing towards him. He moves his head out of the way and it hits the wall beside him and it breaks. It's a glass bottle and shatters on the ground. And then all the lights in the house go out. So Bill runs to the closet where he knows he has a flashlight. He opens it up, reaches for the flashlight, and as he's about to pull it out, he hears in the closet, towards the top of the closet, this loud slamming sound. And he had a couple pretty heavy boxes on the very top shelf in his closet, and it sounded like someone had almost lifted one up and then slammed it down on the top shelf. But obviously he didn't do that, and it totally freaked him out. He grabs the flashlight, shines it in the closet, there's no one in there, there's nothing in there. And he backs out, and then the lights come back on. And his heart's racing because he knows what just happened. Someone just threw a bottle at his head. Someone just slammed something in his closet, and he's in full panic mode. And so the only person he can think to call is his brother, because he's not prepared to go to the police, because the things he would need to describe are kind of nonsensical sounding. But his brother, who's very rational, equally kind of pragmatic in his approach to everything, he calls his brother and he's like, get over here, I got some weird stuff happening in my house and I just need a sanity check. And so his brother, Bob, his younger brother Bob, he comes over. And as soon as Bob gets there, Bill is like, he had never had a discussion about the paranormal with his brother before. So he's just like, all right, this is gonna sound weird, but what's going on, guys? Mr. Ballin here. Earlier I had been saying, you probably know me from TikTok, but the reality is the majority of people that are watching this video or who have watched my other videos are actually just from YouTube, which is really cool to feel like YouTube is promoting. Where is it? I heard the door open, I heard the bells, I heard the pot, I heard the footsteps. I saw the door open, I see the thing walk in, I watched it walk down the aisle, I watched it bend over. It's in the room. Where is it? And this is night 1. There's 2 more nights of this, and it gets worse. When I was 16 years old, I was an avid snowboarder. Starting from the time I was like 12 years old, I used to always go snowboarding with the same 2 guys, my 2 very close friends, Wolf and Nick. Every winter, me, Nick, and Wolf would go up to Nick's family's cabin that was up in the White Mountains in New Hampshire. Just snowboard, and it was great. Every time we went up to this cabin in New Hampshire, it would be me, Wolf, Nick, and then Nick's mom and dad. Unexpectedly, leading into my 16-year-old winter, Nick's father passed away. We were actually planning on going on a trip to the mountains that winter. And I remember speaking to Wolf and being like, I don't know if it's even appropriate to ask about this trip, because we knew that Nick was very close to his father, and not to mention, like, every time we went on this particular trip up to the mountains, Nick's dad was always with us, and it just seemed like, how can we possibly now go on this snowboarding trip? Not only is it a low priority item, but just the dynamic is all different now. Nick called us and was like, hey, so we are still going to do the snowboarding trip to the cabin in New Hampshire. And so, Wolf and I, we spoke and we're like, let's just go with it. I mean, maybe it's like, maybe they want to do something that maybe is a fond memory of their father, their husband. And so we agreed to go. So he passes away maybe a few months before we end up going up to the mountains. And so the grief was still definitely there, but also just, again, that the dynamic was it was like the elephant in the room, right? Like, as we're driving up, we drove in the same car, me, Wolf, Nick, and then Nick's mom was driving. It was so apparent that Nick's dad was missing, because he was always in the car with us when we drove up. Anyhow, so we make the trip up to New Hampshire, and we're planning to be up there for 3 days. So the house itself wasn't really a cabin, it was a house, it was a small house. It was on a mountain, and if you think about the way a mountain works, it's a slope. And so in order to have a house level on a mountain, a portion of it needs to be on stilts, right? The portion that's kind of hanging off the mountain. And then the other part of the house is kind of like embedded in the mountain itself. And when you drive up to the house, there's a wraparound porch that goes around the house. The majority of it is on the stilted section of the house, right? So if you're on the wraparound porch, your footsteps are going to echo. Like, you can hear those footsteps because you're above the ground. When you step into the house, you open a door. It actually opens inwardly. There were sleigh bells that were on the door, on the inside of the door. So anytime you open the door, you hear those sleigh bells ringing. And as soon as you step foot into the house, if you took one step into the house, right? So you step on the wraparound porch, you open the door, sleigh bells ring. When you step into the house, your right foot would be in the kitchen. You'd be standing on linoleum. And your left foot would be on shag carpet, which is like the dining room. And that's the way the house is laid out. As soon as you walk in, kitchen on your right, dining room on your left. And if you keep walking, you're going to enter into this living room. And if you turned around in the living room and looked up, you would see a lofted second floor. If you walk into the house, again, your right foot's in the kitchen, your left foot's in the dining room, and you walked as if you were going into that living space, but stopped about halfway across the house. You could look to your right, and there'd be one hallway. There's only one hallway. It's a small house. And this hallway is bringing you, call it, into the mountains. If you think about, again, the layout of the house, you have a portion of the house that's sitting in the mountain and a portion of the house that's on stilts. Well, this hallway leads into the section of the house that's in the mountain. And if you go down this hallway and it turns left, it's a short little hallway, it brings you to one room. And that room is where me, Nick, and Wolf would stay every time we went snowboarding at this mountain. That room, if you go into it, it's a corner-fed room. You open the door, and immediately to your right is a bunk bed. I would always sleep on the bottom bunk, and Wolf would sleep on the top bunk. Our feet would be closest to the door. In the center of the room, with the remaining space, because this is not a big room, there was like a queen-size bed. It was like a slightly larger bed that sat basically in all of the free space that was left over in the room. It was sitting right in the middle of the room, and that's where Nick would sleep. So basically the room was completely packed with 3 places to sleep and really not much else. There was a very small space between the queen-size bed and the bunk bed, so you could fall between the two, but that was about it. So that layout's very important, and you'll see why. We snowboard for the day, we come back to the cabin, and me, Nick, and Wolf decide we're going to crash super early and get up early and have a full day of riding ahead of us, because we're avid snowboarders. So we go to our room, the one that's kind of, you go down that hallway and you get to the room I just described. We plan on going to bed early, but we were excited, and so we stayed up gaming for a bit. And then maybe around like 11 or 12 o'clock at night, Nick, who again is in the queen size bed, and Wolf was in the top bunk, they also fall asleep. I was still awake, and what struck me, and it always struck me whenever I slept in this room, is when you turn off all the electronics and you're just laying in bed in this house, in particular this room, it is pitch black. There's no windows. You're in the segment of the house that's, in the mountain. It is truly pitch black. Not to mention the house itself, there weren't really any neighbors nearby. This house Nick's family had purchased it a while ago when this used to be an active ski resort, the mountain itself that it was on. But it wasn't anymore, and most people that were living there had left and sold their property. But a few people had decided to stay, and so Nick's family was one of them. They had this cabin on an abandoned ski resort. There was virtually no streetlights, there's virtually no neighbors, and so at night, when you're laying in this room, like I was this night, you're really struck by just how dark and quiet it is. I mean, basically no white noise, I mean silence and pitch black. And so I'm laying there, and one other detail that needs to be brought up before we get into what actually happens. So Nick had two much older brothers. They were in their 30s, and we're 16 years old, and we were expecting one of them, we didn't know which, to swing by the house at some point over the next few days. That's what Nick's mom had said. Nick had kind of reiterated it, and I think that Wolf and I understood that now that Nick's father was gone, that they were just kind of trying to find a way to fill the void that was left from their father passing. And so we were expecting over the course of that weekend for someone, one of the two brothers, to come to this house and stay with us for a night, or whatever it was. I had never met either of these two brothers. I knew they existed, but I had never met them before. But somewhere in the back of my mind, I know that probably one of them's going to show up at some point. Maybe tonight, maybe tomorrow, whenever it is. Man, it's giving me goosebumps just thinking about this. So that night, as I'm laying in bed, I'm thinking about how dark and quiet it is. I remember the only light in the room was the digital clock, the little red digital clock, and it was like a beacon to the light. And that doesn't emit much light, but when it's pure darkness, it does. And I just could not fall asleep. I remember I got to a place where I started counting how many hours of sleep I might get if I fell asleep right then and there, which is never a good sign. That means you're not close to sleeping. If you're like, okay, if I fell asleep now, I'll get 3 hours and 22 minutes of sleep, right? Like, that's where I was at mentally. At some point, I think it was around 3 in the morning, I remember looking at the clock and thinking, wow, it's gotten so late and I'm still awake. I hear footsteps on the wraparound porch. In a situation where, as I'm telling it, you're going to think, how did you not raise a red flag immediately? In real time, in real life, your brain goes to great measures to convince you that everything is okay. It really takes an enormous amount of anomalies to stack up for your brain to say something's wrong. And so that's what happened in this first night. I hear footsteps on the wraparound porch, and I immediately assume, even though we're talking, it's like 3 in the morning, I just assume that it's got to be one of Nick's brothers arriving to be a part of this getaway. So I really actually didn't think anything of it. I actually just thought, well, when he comes in the house, if he happens to come in here to check on us, I'll just pretend to be asleep in case, he were to see that I was awake. I don't want to have a conversation with him. Number one, it's 3 in the morning. Number two, I don't know the guy. I'm just going to pretend to be asleep. So that's all I'm thinking about. Not worried, not scared, not anything. Footsteps on the wraparound porch, and then the door opens, and I can hear the sleigh bells that are on the door itself. I can hear those chime as the door opens. Again, no part of me is concerned about this. I'm thinking it's a little bit weird that they're arriving at 3 in the morning, but we knew that his brothers had these weird work schedules where they might show up in the middle of the night. So it was whatever it was. Sleigh bells ring, and then I hear what sounds like a pot, like a kitchen pot, fall and hit the linoleum floor in the kitchen. I remember just the sounds stood out to me. It seemed like this person's kind of making a bit of a commotion in the middle of the night. And the door didn't shut. And I noticed that. I figured they were maybe bringing their stuff in, right? They're offloading some stuff. And they're leaving the door open. Oh, this is... Just thinking about this, it's really making me feel uncomfortable. So I hear the footsteps on the wraparound porch, the door opens, I can hear the sleigh bells, a pot falls and it hits the linoleum floor. The footsteps that I could hear on the wraparound porch, because it's on stilts, right? Like the porch is hovering over the ground. You can hear those footsteps. Well, when these footsteps continue into the house, where you're on a concrete slab and there should be no sound, I shouldn't hear echoing footsteps. it sounded like it was on the wraparound porch still, but the noise was getting closer to me. So it was like the footsteps sounded totally natural out on the wraparound porch, but once they were in the house, it didn't really make any sense that I could hear them as if the footsteps were standing on something that was suspended off the ground. But it wasn't. You're in the house on context. So I hear these footsteps. The door hasn't shut. The front door is wide open in the middle of winter here. We're in the middle of nowhere, too. And I'm thinking about that, but I'm still thinking it's got to be Nick's brother. One of Nick's brothers. The footsteps continue through the house. And they stop about halfway through the house. You open that door and walk halfway through the house. And then the footsteps began to walk down the hallway towards our room. So they come down the hall. And they get right outside the door, which is shut. The door to our room is shut. And I'm sitting there. Again, my feet are closest to the door. It's pitch black. And I'm thinking, why didn't they shut the front door? Of all the weird things that have happened, the fact that I'm hearing footsteps as if they're on the wraparound porch, but they're getting louder and moving through the house, the thing that really just made the hair on the back of my neck stand up was, why didn't they shut the front door? That just seems like such a bad idea. There's animals out there. There's a host of things out there. Why aren't you shut? And not to mention, it's freezing outside. There's a space between the bunk bed, the bottom bunk that I'm on, and the top bunk. There's a space that I can see clear as day. Whoever walks in the room, I'm gonna see them when they walk past the foot of the bed. But because of the top bunk, my view is actually obscure, and I wouldn't be able to make out someone's face, for example. I could really only see their middle section. And so when the door opens, and this shadow figure walks into the room, which, by the way, I'm in a pitch black room, and I clearly make out a black silhouette. This thing walks into the room, and it's obscured, so I wouldn't have been able to see its head or upper body anyways, but its hips are so high that I can't even really see those. Those are at the level that I would expect someone's upper body or head to be at, meaning this figure that's walked in, its legs are extremely long. And so if it was proportionally the size of a human, you're talking about maybe a 10-foot tall person, or in a space that obviously is not a 10-foot high ceiling. And so this thing walks in, and as soon as I see it, and I make out that black silhouette, even though it's pitch black in the room, I clearly see the silhouette that is unnaturally tall, combined with all the things that I've just thought about, mainly the door's still open. They've made kind of a commotion. I can hear these weird footsteps. I instantly was frozen, petrified. Well, one, I'm like, it's not Nick's brother. And even if we're not talking about paranormal here, this is such a bad situation. Even if that's just some dude who's come into the house, that's a really bad situation. So no matter what, this is a really bad situation, but what I'm looking at doesn't make sense. It's an unnaturally tall person. They've left the door open, and I hear their footsteps all over the house. And walks in past the foot of the bed. They're laying there, and I can't see higher than its waist because it's obscured by the top bunk. And this thing makes this like facing movement, like a military facing movement. It begins to walk down the aisle between the queen size bed in the middle of the room and the bunk bed where I am. And it's walking down right next to me, and I'm literally sitting there, unable to move. And I remember thinking, I can't do anything. I'm truly frozen with terror. And all I remember thinking is, whatever happens, just don't bend down and look at me. That will ruin my life. If this thing so much as looks at me, that's it, I'm done. So it walks down the aisle, and it's right next to me. I'm literally frozen. And it does another quick movement, but it's facing away from me. It's facing towards Nick. And it bows onto and then down through Nick's bed and disappears. In a movie, as soon as the ghost disappears into the floor, whoever's hiding would make a run for it. In real life, there's no such thing as ghosts. There's no such thing as people disappearing into the ground. So I'm expecting this thing to just get back up again. I couldn't understand that it was, what, it disappear into the bed? That's not possible. Where is it? I heard the door open. I heard the bells. I heard the pot. I heard the footsteps. I saw the door open. I see the thing walk in. I watched it walk down the aisle. I watched it bend over. It's in the room. Where is it? And for hours, I mean all night, I laid there absolutely petrified, expecting this thing to come back up and just look at me. That was like my biggest fear, is whatever this thing was, I did not want it to look at me. So that was the worst. I'm laying there frozen. I can only move my eyes all night. Finally, I hear Nick's mom out in the living room making coffee. I mean, this was probably like 5, 6 in the morning.
Turret plating will
And it was like the first time that I'm like, okay, I'm safe now. Even if it's in the room, I'm safe to just go because I can hear someone out there. And it's, I can hear her speaking. I knew it was something. So I go right out there. And now, you've got to understand that even though this was a horrible situation that I still can't really explain, I know that she has just lost her husband. And so the idea of approaching this subject, which effectively is going to turn into ghosts, right? I've never had a paranormal experience before this. I've never had a paranormal experience since, right? Like I'm more or less a skeptic, and I'm going to go out there and I'm going to start talking about ghosts to the woman who's recently bereaved. It just felt really inappropriate. And so I was really struggling with how I wanted to communicate what happened. And so I went to the table, she got me a cup of coffee, and she's and we know each other well, you know, she knows me well. And she definitely picked up that something was wrong, but didn't really ask anything yet. She was just kind of puzzling, like kind of sizing me up a little bit. And the only thing I could think to do was to just ask, you know, hey, did either of your two sons, you know, Nick's older two brothers, did they stop by at any point last night? Did they stop by? And she's like, no. Mm-mm. And I'm sitting there like, okay. And I'm just like, I must have had a reaction that was obvious to her. And she just goes, I heard my husband here last night. And, you know, that made it a lot worse. Because on the one hand, you have a situation where she is confirming something that part of me hopes is a bad thing. Number two, she's now saying it's her husband. And so I intuitively assume that she has somehow figured out what I'm stressed about. That probably isn't real. And because she's grieving, she's created a story where her husband is now in the house. He's looking over us. I really believe that she didn't hear anything. That she just somehow understood that I had this weird feeling and she'd turned it into oh, my husband's in the house. And I just couldn't ask any more questions at that point. I felt like I had set her up for this awkward exchange. I felt really bad that that was the discussion we were having. I also thought if that's true, I don't want to have this conversation. I really was just dumbfounded on what to do in this situation. And this is night one. There's 2 more nights in this. It gets worse. So Nick and Wolf eventually come out of the bedroom and they come to the dining room. And the same way I felt reserved talking to Nick's mom about what happened, I had the same feelings about Nick because it was his father. And I also just felt like that would be inappropriate. But Wolf, he's not a family member, and he's my buddy, and I kind of pulled him aside, and I kind of told him what was going on as best as I could. But I kept it kind of generic. I was like, I could have sworn I heard someone in the house last night. I could have sworn. And he's like, yeah, you're probably dreaming. That's what this is. And I was like, no, I wasn't, but I can't make sense of it. And I was like, can you just do me a favor? And at this point, Nick actually overheard the conversation, and I very much kind of cut ties with what I was talking about. I was like, yeah, I just thought I heard something last night. It's just me freaking myself out. And I was like, can you guys tonight, when we get back from snowboarding, can I fall asleep ahead of you? That way, I'm asleep, you guys can just fall asleep after I do, and then I'll sleep through the night, no big deal. And they're like, all right, yeah, weirdo, whatever. So I'm like, all right. My big plan is I'm just going to go to bed really, really early. Because I didn't sleep the night before, so I'm thinking, oh, I'll fall asleep right away. So we go out, we snowboard for the day. My mind is off of what happened. And frankly, I'm starting to convince myself that that had to have been, sleep paralysis. Even though I'd never had that before. I was Googling some stuff. Maybe it was sleep paralysis. Maybe it was just like a really intense dream. I would just like, there has to be something. Like this is too weird. It has to be something explainable. Turns out it wasn't. We get back from snowboarding, and I am immediately going to bed. Pretty much immediately. It was like maybe 6 o'clock. I was like, I'm going to bed. And I get in bed, and all I'm thinking about is what happened the night before, and I can't fall asleep. Eventually, Nick and Wolf, they come in the room, and they're trying their best to stay awake so that I can fall asleep, but it's getting later and later, and I can't fall asleep. And now I'm back to that, like, okay, if I fall asleep now, I get 6 hours of sleep. And they finally just said, hey man, I'm tired, I'm going to bed. So they both fall asleep, and I'm awake. And I was so upset with myself. Like, you screwed yourself. Why didn't you just fall asleep, you dummy? And I remember the only thing that I did that really made this real, looking back at it, is I put a knife, like a kitchen knife or something, in the springs above me. So I'm in the bottom bunk, like basically right under the top bunk. I put a knife in there. And I'm laying in bed, and I'm constantly looking over at the digital clock. And it was probably around 3 a.m. It was late enough that it was like, okay, this is about the time that happened last night. And my heart just sunk when I heard those footsteps on the wraparound porch again. They sounded the same as they did the night before. I was like, that has to be one of Nick's brothers. But the door opens, I hear the sleigh bells, I hear the frickin' pot fall on the ground. It was like deja vu. The exact same thing is happening. And these footsteps start walking through the house. And again, referencing how movies would portray this, the person who's me in the movie is like, okay, I'm gonna get this knife and I'm gonna position myself over here because I know what's gonna happen and I'm gonna protect myself. In real life, I'm like, this thing's gonna be in my room, potentially. It happened last night. It's apparently happening again. Please, for the love of God, don't bow into me the way it bowed into the floor the night before. Don't look at me. It will ruin my life if some entity just engages with me, just looks at me. That will ruin my life. This thing walks down the hall, and I hear those footsteps coming down the hall. And just pretend for a second, forget the paranormal aspect. Pretend it's the middle of the night in the middle of nowhere, and a stranger is walking around your house. That alone is horrifying. The footsteps come right outside the door, and I'm looking at the knife that's right underneath the bed. And I'm petrified. I cannot move. I'm drenched in sweat. Just from the few seconds that it's taken this thing to go from the door to the front of my bedroom. Because I know what's happening again. It's happening again. I'm not crazy. It's just happening again. What the F is this? And I'm petrified. I can't reach. I'm so worried about making any noise that would alert this thing that I'm here. That I can only move my eyes. And I remember even thinking that I shouldn't move my eyes too quickly because it might hear that. Like, this is a primal level of fear. The door opens. It walks into the room, goes right past the foot of my bed, and I'm, again, petrified. And it walks down, after making its facing movement, it walks down the aisle between me and Nick. And I remember what happened the night before, where it folded into Nick and disappeared, and I'm just thinking to myself, please don't turn and bow into me. Please, whatever happens, just don't do that. So it turns away from me and does the same thing it did the night before, folds onto Nick and disappears into the ground. But again, even though in the movies, this would be the same thing happening, night 2, it's the same routine. It'd be like, oh, the ghost is in the floor now. I can go alert the authorities because now it's safe. In real life, I'm like, where did it go? I know this happened last night, but it still doesn't make any sense. It's in the room. It has to be. This is a real thing. It came in the room. It's somewhere. Is it under my bed? Where is it? All night. All night. I lay there. This is the second night that I've not slept. When I heard Nick's mom out in the other room, it was like such a relief. Because I didn't give a crap at this point about being polite. I wasn't gonna like try to, distance myself from the conversation around ghosts. I was gonna go out there and be like, what's wrong with this house? And so I hear her and I go right out to the living room and I tell her everything in as acute detail as I possibly can. And as I'm telling her this, her reaction didn't line up. Her reaction was not surprise, terror, confusion. It was empathy. She felt bad for me. It was sympathy. You don't understand. Like, I'm listening, but you just don't understand what's happening. And I'm telling her all the, I mean, every detail I can possibly muster. And at the end of it, or towards the end, she just kind of stops me. She's like, John, I told you yesterday, and again, I heard it last night. That's just my husband. I heard him last night too. Got nothing to worry about. And I was like, no. That cannot be what it is. And she was like, I heard him open the door. I heard a pot fall. I heard him walk through the house. I'm assuming he went into Nick's room again with you guys. And I'm like, what is happening? So totally now just beside myself. I remember I was crying actually. Like during this conversation, I'm just crying. Not even like tears of sadness as much as just like, what's happening? Like I needed my mom. Like I felt so helpless. And no offense to Nick's mom, but I just felt like I was with a lunatic. How? But like at the same time, she's recalling the exact same things as me. How do I put that together?
Okay, so the best evidence for evolution is it happens. And biodiversity and complexity increase naturally. We covered that in the last couple of programs. And I completely disagree with you, Mr. Nelson.
No, you agreed that evolution happens. You've always accepted that microevolution happens, and you accept that speciation happens too, even though you don't realize that that crosses into macroevolution, which is part of the same theory. Whether it's small-scale evolution or large-scale evolution, they're still both evolution, obviously. So if you accept that either one happens, you accept that evolution happens, and as it happens, you accept both. At one point you said that evolution meant that everything else needed to die in order for any new variety to become dominant or more plentiful. But at other points, you contradicted yourself there and agreed that biodiversity does increase, and not at the expense of anything else. You even proved that yourself with a fair explanation of how humans engineered the mustard plant into 6 different plants. You said these weren't man-made, but then you explained exactly how man made them. Although these were produced by artificial selection, that uses the same mechanism as natural selection. You said that natural selection doesn't work, but then a moment later you accurately explained how it really does work. So you're either confused about that, or you just enjoy contradicting yourself. You did seem to be confused about how a selection process was supposed to create the things it was supposed to select, which no one ever suggested. Darwin never abandoned natural selection, but he always knew that it could only select different options if there were a variety of options to select from. So the only disagreement you and I had was over where that variety comes from. You said that
evolution is based on 2 totally faulty assumptions.
But it turns out you agree with at least one of them already. I mean, natural selection doesn't make anything survive, and it's rare that any trait takes over a population, at least not in the way you implied. So the faulty assumption is still yours. The reality is that mutations generate variations that might be affected by natural selection. You do agree with one of those two not-so-faulty premises, which you erroneously called assumptions, because neither one of them are assumptions. We have proof for both. You apparently even agreed with genetic drift, since you accept that more than 17,000 described species of butterflies all came from a common ancestor, because in their case, natural selection really is
a conservative process that removes defective organisms.
Because there is no difference between any of the many varieties of butterflies that is significant enough to improve viability or reproduction. So natural selection had no effect in where that staggering variety came from. You read on your screen that genes vary in natural populations, but you got that confused with Lamarckism because they showed how generic variation explained what Lamarck could not explain, being the giraffe, which was always Lamarck's favorite illustration. You can't just look at the pictures now. You got to read the words too. I know that you know that Lamarck's idea was the inheritance of acquired characteristics, and you and I both agree on the reasons why that is wrong. But Darwin was the one who wrote about tiny variations being present in every batch of siblings. Lamarck didn't think of that. Darwin explained how these tiny variations could be cumulative if they offer a selective advantage. And you explained how you agreed with that too. Those tiny variations are the genes that vary in natural populations, and these still accumulate even if they're not selected for. Divide any population and isolate them into different groups, and you will see these differences building up between them. I know you accept this because I've seen you describing how this happens in ring species. As any one original species slowly winds around a geographic barrier, like a mountain range around a valley, multiple varieties appear along the way as each of the new strains distance themselves from the ancestral gene pool. They may be interfertile with their neighboring genes, but once they complete that circle, the variance is built up to the point that it's too great to interbreed with the original ancestral species that started that ring. So they're no longer the same kind and can't bring forth after the kind they once were, because the information in their DNA is now new and different. So you know that these variations exist and that they build up over time, meaning that it is new information that could not have already been in their genome. So whether you're willing to admit this or not, you have to realize that mutations are the source of that new information, just like all the genetic studies done over the last several decades have all shown. 17,000 species of butterflies, some with brightly colored wings, some with clear transparent wings, some with different shapes and colors in their wings. Traits that were not present and are not evident in any one genome have to be the product of mutations building up in different groups that have moved on to new areas. You even agree that mutations happen and that they can be neutral. You don't even have to understand how some mutations can be beneficial as long as you accept that this is where that variance comes from. Thus far in this video, you and I agree almost completely that evolution does indeed happen.
He said, my first fact and evidence in support of evolution, the fact that evolution happens, are not good, okay?
Well, if we're going to propose an explanation of what happened, then we have to be able to show that whatever we propose is at least possible, right? Before we go on to show whether it is probable too. So if I defend the origin of species by natural selection, then it's good if we both agree already that new species do evolve by natural selection, as well as genetic drift. Because this has been directly observed and documented and demonstrated both in the lab and throughout agriculture. So we know this much is true. And even if you still don't know that, I can show the proof. Anybody can. That's why so many Christians accept evolution as the method by which the earth brings forth different species after their kind. You, however, are arguing for a magical, supernatural creation of living organism being poofed out of nothing by an incantation or a wish coming true. So I've shown you sufficient proof that evolution happens. Now you show me proof that anything was ever created, or that anything even could be created like your religion says. Because if you can't show that what you propose is even possible, then it can't be an option to consider either.
He said, my second fact and evidence in support of evolution is taxonomy. What is that? Let's see. I'm going to play a few minutes, a full minute of his speech. And then I'm going to go back and take it apart piece by piece, okay? So here goes the full minute. Did I get it? Yep. All right. Now to start it, I click here.
My second fact
in evidence in support of evolution
Not
is
showing.
taxonomy. That was the first indication of evolution and still the most compelling, especially now that it's a twin-nested hierarchy, where what had been determined by physical characteristics is now confirmed genetically. Because as the 18th century creationist who discovered it realized, it shows a relationship between all living things that contradicts creationism and that only evolution could eventually account for. Note that cladistic phylogenetic systematics is not drawing lines on paper like he made it out to be. Instead, it's enveloping categories based on diagnostic characteristics, because evolution at every level is just a matter of incremental, usually subtle, superficial changes being slowly compiled atop successive tiers of fundamental similarities, and these tiers of similarity establish taxonomic clades. For that reason, evolution adheres to the laws of monophily and biodiversity, so there can never be a change between kinds, and there's no such thing as a kind anyway. Because again, it is a fact that birds are a subset of dinosaurs in the same way that humans are a subset of apes, primates, eutherian mammals, and vertebrate deuterostome animals. There's no faith required in any of this. We can prove it all. Now, my third.
Okay, before we get into his third, sesquipedalian. How many agree that was a sesquipedalian speech? Okay. Okay. So before we get into this, is why some of the commenters are complaining that I cut him off after a few words. We'll say, let him give his answer. Okay, that was the full 1-minute answer of his second proof for evolution. So I'm going to go back now and go through line by line and explain, if I can figure out how to Alt-Tab right there. Did I get it? Okay. My second fact and evidence in support of evolution is taxonomy. Well, taxonomy is the branch of science concerned with classification. We do that in our shop. We put all the screws in one spot, the nails in one spot, the bolts in one spot, the wrenches in one spot. You classify things and organize them according to what they are. There's no sense having the 1/4-inch wrench next to the super glue. Okay, it would not make sense. Especially organisms, that is called systematics, getting a system of organizing things, taxonomy. Carolus Linnaeus is famous for his work in taxonomy, the science of identifying, naming, and classifying organisms, plants, bacteria, etc. He was born in 1707. Linnaeus' thoughts on evolution are very different from the modern-day theories. He believed that species were immutable, means species can't change. Now, he was wrong about this. He would say if there are 30 different kinds of sparrows, then God made 30 different kinds of sparrows. He went overboard in that regard. God might have made 2 sparrows, and Noah might have had 2 sparrows on the ark, and they've now diversified to 30 varieties of sparrows, but they're still a sparrow.
A fleeting repose.
And a sparrow is still a dinosaur. I'll explain. There are 35 species of sparrow just in North America, but they're a family-level taxon that is distributed globally. The passerid family, like the corvid family of ravens and crows and so on, are in the order Passeriformes, which, as you can see here, are a sister clade to parrots and raptors, also known as birds of prey. This is from the old Arizona Tree of Life project. I'd rather show screenshots from my own Phylogeny Explorer project, but that's intended primarily for scientists and is consequently much too detailed for the baby steps I have to illustrate for you and your followers in this debate. Collectively, these so-called land birds are all neoaves, which is actually a larger clade shown here. I'm leaving out an awful lot in every category just to keep it simple, but bear in mind that each of these clades consists of many different families, each with multiple genera divided into numerous species. So we're talking about quite a lot more birds here than it looks. Neoaves are a sister clade to Galloinsare, which includes Galliformes, which is the order of turkeys, chickens, and other game fowl, and Anseriformes, the order of ducks, geese, swans, and so on. And all of these, so far, are known as neonates, new birds, which is a sister clade to Paleonates, primitive birds like emus, ostriches, kiwis, and tinamous. Now, they're called primitive birds because they retain so many primitive traits that they still look like what we typically think of as dinosaurs. Neonates did not come from Paleonates. They're both nested in the same parent clade, Neornates, along with several clades of fossil birds that are even more primitive, like Ichthyornis, Hesperornis, Enantiornis, Confuciusornis, and so on. Now, some of these still have dinosaur features like teeth and long tails and grasping fingers in their wings, until we come to things like Rahonavis, which looks more like a flying dinosaur than it does a bird. Notice the sickle claw, like Deinonychus or Velociraptor has? That's because this is the same thing. Not just the claw, but the whole skeleton. This is a velociraptor that flies. We now know that all Maniraptoran dinosaurs were fully feathered. This is how Disney depicted Oviraptor back in Y2K. But it actually looked more like this. And this is what Velociraptor really looked like, not those naked reptiles in Jurassic Park. That's why all aves are classified as a subset of Coelurosaurs, itself a subset of theropod dinosaurs. Just as not all birds are ducks, but all ducks are birds, so it is true that not all dinosaurs are birds, but all birds are dinosaurs. In fact, there's a collection of non-avian dinosaurs called para-aves, most of which still have long tails, teeth, and wing fingers. They are still definitely dinosaurs, but they are so bird-like that any 5-year-old would tell you, "That's a bird." And grown-ups are just as confused. Look at Caudipteryx zooey, for example. Can you tell the difference? Which is it? Is this a bird, or is this a dinosaur? Even the experts can't tell for sure, seriously. But they figured out that whether it is a bird or not, it's still definitely a dinosaur either way. So birds are a new kind of dinosaur.
But it's still a dinosaur, sir. It didn't turn into something else. Okay.
So Carolus Linnaeus was one of the guys in the 1700s responsible for developing what we call today our classification system. He started organizing things in order with kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. So man, for instance, is called Homo sapien. Homo's the genus, sapien is the species. And most animals, they call it a binomial. They give it 2 names. Instead of just saying it's sapien, they say Homo sapien, so they name it after the genus and the species, so you know exactly what they're talking about.
At this point, I should mention that every genus typically includes multiple species, and our genus is no exception, with a few other human species that are now all extinct. One being Homo erectus, a hugely diverse group with a wide range of body sizes and brain sizes. Their fossils have been found across Africa, Europe, and Asia, dating from 1.89 million years ago to roughly 143,000 years ago. They were a much more varied species than we are, with some so different from each other as to trivialize and negate any notion of race within our own species. And whenever we find fossil groups like these, we usually classify them as sister species rather than our ancestors. We never say that any species is directly ancestral because there's usually no way to know, and there's always the possibility that we might find something even closer. However, this is probably the one time where we have so much data that we actually can say for certain that our species, Homo sapiens, and our older brother, Homo neanderthalensis, both definitely descend from Homo erectus.
So it's all Latin. Latin is a dead language. It killed the Romans, and now it's killing us, trying to learn that. But variations within species and even creation of new species is possible and has been observed. That is science and is no problem for Bible believers who say that God clearly said they will always bring forth after their kind.
Thank you for finally admitting that evolution, including macroevolution, the origin of species, really is observed science.
Now, where exactly is a kind compared to Carolus Linnaeus's classification system? I don't think it's the same spot in every instance, and it doesn't matter. See, God made the kinds before Carolus Linnaeus made his classification system. So I think the word kind is very descriptive.
Why? Because it doesn't describe anything? Or because no one, including you, can even define what a kind is? At the very least, you should be able to point out where that mystic division is on a cladogram. That was the phylogeny challenge you failed to answer, remember? I mean, you did try to answer that, unwittingly, of course, since you couldn't understand what the challenge was. You were supposed to name 2 taxa, 2 examples that science considers to be closely related, but that you imagine to be different kinds. And unknowingly, you tried to divide dogs and bears, which are both caniforms, and you tried to separate butterflies from other obvious members of their same family. The point of the exercise was to illustrate how to know where that division is between created kinds that should not be part of any larger taxonomic category because they were created by God. You could not meet that challenge. No creationist can, because there's no such thing as a kind.
I think the 4 different varieties of elephants, African elephant, Asian elephant, a mammoth, and mastodon, are the same kind of animal, and a 5-year-old will tell you that.
But an adult would know better, partly because Proboscidea is a much bigger taxonomic family than you know. Let me give you a quick rundown on the evolution of the elephant. The base of their family tree is Moyotherium, which is strikingly similar to Pesosiren, which is a 4-legged walking ancestor of manatees and dugongs. We have the complete fossil sequence for their lineage now. These two are at the base of Tethitherae, which includes both proboscideans and Sirenians. Anyway, Moyotherium apparently then turned the lower tusks, or the lower incisors, into tusks, becoming Chilitherium. And moving on, we have the Oligocene Pheomia with pronounced tusks above and below, starting to look like a semi-elephant, though I think even a 5-year-old could still tell the difference. This Gomphotherium from about 28 million years ago represents the point in elephant evolution where both the upper and lower incisors grew to such proportions that, of course, the length of the nose had to increase right along with them and become more dexterous to make up for them. Now, these led to Tetralophodon, Trilophodon, Paleomastodon, and Platybelodon. The next really important stage of elephant evolution is when the lower incisors became tusks. And some of these didn't have such shovel-like teeth anymore. There was a space where the newly lengthened nose could slide between them, so that now they could be considered a true trunk, as seen here on Stegotetrabelodon. Obviously, there came a point at which these absurdly mutated teeth had become useless for feeding, which forced them to use their already flexible noses to rake and trowel food into their mouths the same way that modern elephants still do today. Initially, both the top and bottom incisors grew out as well as the lower jaw. Dinotherium represents the point at which that trend came to an end, when the lower jaw sort of dropped off, so to speak, leaving one now very long nose, which was out there by itself like it is on modern elephants. In the last couple million years, every species that bore 4 tusks and elongated lower jaws eventually died off, leaving only Dinotheres and the more familiar-looking twin-tusked proboscideans like Stegodonts, which of course led to mammoths and mastodons and the 2 species of modern elephants. And you thought there were only 4 kinds of proboscideans, and that they were all the elephant kind? That's cute.
Niles were once paradise.
Probably the kind indicates somewhere around the family or genus level. Everything above that is speculation. If you want to believe this proves this, you're crazy. In my humble, totally unbiased opinion.
Is it speculation that we belong to kingdom Animalia? Because the definition of that clade is any multicellular organism with an internal digestive tract to ingest and digest other organisms in order to survive. If it describes you, it defines you. And that definition does describe humans, doesn't it? I mean, even your Bible says that humans are animals and that only our vanity would prevent us from recognizing or accepting this fact. Is it crazy to think that we are also in phylum Chordata, meaning animals with a spinal cord? I mean, you do have a spinal cord, right? Is it just crazy speculation that you're also in class Mammalia? Or can that be objectively proven that you're a warm-blooded chordate with hair follicles and mammary glands? You might object to being classified in the order of primates, but is it just speculation that you're a hind-leg dominant mammal with opposable thumbs and forward-facing binocular eyes and fully enclosed eye sockets? What about being in the family Hominoidea? Because that means humans and anything like humans. Even you wouldn't argue that you're neither human nor like a human, right? Were any of the Linnaean ranks only speculation, like you said? Of course, there are several more layers now than Linnaeus knew about. I'm sure you can't argue that we're in the domain eukarya, since all our cells, including our blood cells, at least initially, have a nucleus. In my video on the systematic classification of life, I've listed some 50 named clades between what you would call molecules all the way to man. And there are several unnamed clades in there too. So our taxonomy is quite a bit more in-depth and complex than you can imagine.
So Mr. Nelson said, my second fact and evidence in support of evolution is taxonomy. That was the first evidence of evolution and is still the most compelling. Whoa. The fact that we can organize animals by their certain characteristics is proof of evolution? I don't understand, Mr. Nelson. Okay, explain that in smaller words, please.
I'd be happy to. If you describe what a eukaryote is, you describe people. Within that group, if you describe what an animal is, you describe people too. Within that group, the criteria to be a bilateral nephrozoan coelomate, or within those, a therapsid amniotic tetrapod, all describe people again. If you list all the diagnostic traits held in common by all monkeys without making special exceptions for certain ones, you describe people. And if you do the same thing to specify only old world monkeys, you describe people again. And within that set, if you list the diagnostic traits of all apes, again, you'll describe people. And if you specify great apes, you describe people again. Whereas if you were to go to any other subgroup at any one of those levels, you'd describe something else.
Okay. He said what had been determined by physical characteristics, in other words, they were classifying them by how they looked or physical characteristics. Could they fly? Did they crawl? You know, whatever. Did they have hair? Is now confirmed genetically. You're dreaming on both counts, Mr. Nelson.
No, we've already confirmed that I am not dreaming on the first count, on comparative morphology. Remember, Carolus Linnaeus himself challenged the scientific community of his day, saying, I demand of you and of the whole world that you show me a generic character, one that is according to the generally accepted principles of classification by which to distinguish between man and ape. I myself most assuredly know of none. I wish somebody would indicate one to me. But if I had called man an ape or vice versa, I would have fallen under the ban of all ecclesiastics. It may be that as a naturalist, I ought to have done so. Remember, this is the guy who did go on to classify chimpanzees and orangutans as a subset of humans. And I have plenty of genomic studies to confirm that I'm not breathing on the second count either. Check out the molecular phylogeny of living primates as just one of several examples. You know, the Hindus say that our reality is only a dream of Brahma. I think your reality comes from a somewhat lesser source. Perhaps it's time you woke up to experience what reality really is.
He said because, as the 18th century creationists who discovered it, they discovered you can classify animals. Like people didn't know that before. Okay. As the 18th century creationists realized, and I'm just quoting word for word what he said, I typed it out, had to listen to it 5 times. You talk about painful. It shows a relationship between all living things that contradicts creationism. Slow down, hold it, stop, pause. How on earth does the fact that we can classify things contradict creationism?
Because of the hierarchy of parent and daughter clades, like a set of Russian Matryoshka dolls, where each doll contains at least 2 more daughters, each with markers to prove which one belongs to which mother. What Linnaeus discovered was a branching tree pattern that is inconsistent with any notion of created kinds like you believe in, and instead can only be explained by evolutionary relationships, though I'd be delighted to hear how you fail to address or account for any of this.
He runs off at the mouth and says stuff like this and just blows right on by it, as if now it's a fact because he said it.
No, that's what you do. Assert things on your own erroneously assumed authority. I don't say it unless it's a fact already. So if I said it, then you can check it and see that it's a fact. But if you say it, then a moment on Google will show that you lied.
See, the Bible says clearly they will bring forth after their kind. That's all I've ever seen. I think that's all any farmer in the world has ever seen.
That's right, because one of the laws of evolution is the law of monophyly, meaning that nothing can ever grow out of its ancestry to turn into something its parents weren't, like you keep saying evolution would.
How many have ever done any farming before? We got several here. I'm for the farm. Okay. Do you know of any exceptions to the idea that corn produces corn and cows produce cows and dogs produce dogs? Now, you might get some screwball varieties like the Chihuahua or what, but it's still a dog, barely, but it is still in the dog kind, okay? And that only evolution could eventually account for. This is word for word from his sesquipedalian speech. Mr. Nelson, you are insane.
I'm not the one who believes in imaginary friends with magic powers. And I'm not the one who believes that fairy tales are historical accounts. And I'm not the one saying that all the experts are wrong and that only uneducated, willfully ignorant idiots are right. But if you think you can explain this branching tree pattern, this intricate network of over 50 named clades just in our own phylogeny, not to mention that of millions of other species too, I'd like to hear it. I've already heard from the best of creationism's baraminologists lamenting their unrelenting failure here, and those are people who at least try to understand systematics. So let's see how poorly you do. Let's hear your explanation. And if you can't explain it because no creationist can, then will you be accountable and admit that evolution really is the only explanation that works and is consistent throughout without need of evoking miracles along the way? Because when you fail, as creationists always do, to offer any explanation other than appropriating evolution itself, will you have honor enough to admit that I'm not insane for accurately predicting your failure there? From everything I know about you, I don't think you even can admit when you're wrong.
Lyell's the primary guy responsible for giving us what today we call the geologic column. invented by Charlie Lyell. There's the 3 books right over there. He's the guy who gave most of the names to the layers, like Jurassic, movie Jurassic Park, Triassic, Permian, Carboniferous, Devonian after Devonshire, England. Most of them have names coming from some area that in France or England. Okay? In the early 1800s, each layer was given a name, and it was given an age, and it was given an index fossil. All this was made up in the 1800s, way before there was carbon dating, potassium argon, rubidium strontium, lead 208, lead 206. None of those had been thought of. So don't tell me this thing was arranged by radiometric dating. It was made up by giving each fossil an age and assuming evolution was true.
There's another lie. Now, Charles Lyell had compared the amount of evolution shown by marine mollusks in the various series of the Tertiary system with the amount that had occurred from the beginning of the Pleistocene, and he estimated about 80 million years for the Cenozoic era alone. He was off by 14 million years, but that's still a pretty good guess, considering that radiometric dating later confirmed the Cenozoic era covered a period of roughly 66 million years. So he didn't make it up like you said. You were wrong about that too, like everything else. And using other methods like rates of sedimentation or salt deposition, other contemporaries, including Christians, estimated the age of the Earth to be anywhere from 100 million to 1.6 billion years old, except for Lord Kelvin. Using the laws of thermodynamics, he determined the Earth to be in the range of 20 to 40 million years old, and he was one of the creationists like you. Well, he wasn't like you. He was smart and wise enough to change his mind once radiometric dating was invented and used to prove that him and Lyell and all these other guys were wrong. So the ages of the geologic column were established by radiometric dating after all. But you got to admit, each of these guys was at least in the ballpark. I mean, nobody, not even Bible believers at that time, were arguing for a universe that was only a few thousand years old. Not if they knew the first thing about anything. So how do you explain numerous methods all returning dates of the millions of years and pretty close to the same numbers too, despite errors in the estimates? Why is your belief system so completely counter to everything any scientist, even scientific Christians, believe? Why does all the evidence from every field insist that it's in the range of millions of years except for your ignorant interpretation of a sacred fairy tale? Can you explain, in 5 words or less, what is the total flaw with your dogmatic belief system?
The whole thing is baloney. Even stacked like baloney. Okay. It's a fact the Earth has layers of rock. The evolutionist will say, well, the layers formed slowly over millions of years. The Christian says, no, those layers are from the flood in the days of Noah. And these guys are always trying to erase that line and make you think their interpretation is also part of the fact. No, guys, it's a fact the Earth has layers. It is not a fact the layers formed slowly over millions of years. Now, you can preach that long and hard, and you do, and you will continue, I'm sure, but that's not a fact.
Yes, it is, and there are numerous ways to prove that. Not just with several different overlapping types of radiometric dating, but also with several other methods of dating as well. The only thing contradicting the one and only universally concordant account given by consensus of every objective measure we can confirm is the false calculation of one doddering old idiot who could count but couldn't account for everything in your fables or in the real world either. And that's why your Bishop Usher put Noah's flood at 2349 BCE, during the life of Sargon of Akkad, at the beginning of Egypt's 6th dynasty, after the death of Pharaoh Unas. So we know that Usher's calculation had a critical failure, meaning that his answer, your answer, is wrong. And if it's wrong about that date, it's got to be wrong about the other date too. And that's why yours is the only timeline that doesn't match the one that absolutely everything else from anywhere else is pointing to.
Okay? So the geologic column is the Bible for the evolutionist. There's only one place you can actually find it. That's in the textbooks.
No. It can also be seen at that one site in North Dakota that you mentioned yourself in a previous episode, so you're lying again. You can also find the geologic column at Bonaparte Basin in Australia. And then there's another site in Estonia, Lithuania, and other sites in Alaska, Libya, Morocco, Tunisia, Oman, Egypt, Bulgaria, Poland, Siberia, a couple places in Turkey, a couple more places in Afghanistan, and a handful of places in China. I'll leave the complete list in the link below. And that's if you want to see the whole thing at once, all 12 Phanerozoic periods in one place, though you may need a petrology drill to drill out a complete tour for most of these sites. Otherwise, you can see any portion of the geologic column that you want to see. Just get out a geologic map and see where the part that you're interested in is exposed to the surface and go check it out.
This guy finally admits it. The blue Earth Science book, I think it's Holt Reinhardt Winston. No, can't read it. Yeah, Harcourt Brace Jovanovich's book. He said, if there were a column of sediment, there unfortunately no such column exists.
If I could check the context of this quote, I think I would find him talking about the difference between the amount of sedimentation that accumulates daily being measured against the many years of that are typically lost again to intermittent erosion, which is why it's never 100 miles thick, even where it is found all in one place. But once again, I'm frustrated by the fact that I can't check your sources because they're 30 years old. Don't you have anything from this century?
He said his second evidence for evolution is taxonomy, the fact that we can organize animals into categories. Okay. Cladistics, a method of classification of animals according to the proportion of measurable characteristics they have in common.
The most important aspect of cladistic taxonomy, particularly in this debate, is that it's monophyletic, meaning that evolution does not allow a dog to produce a non-dog the way you keep demanding.
When we end,
it's assumed the more they got, the more recently they diverged from a common ancestor, phylogenetic, relating to the evolutionary development and diversification of a species or group of organisms or of a particular feature. Okay? And systematics is the branch of biology that deals with classification and nomenclature, meaning how they name them. Nomenclature from naming, and taxonomy. Okay. Note that cladistic phylogenetic systematics is not drawing lines on paper, as you made it out to be. Yes, Mr. Nelson, I think it is pretty much drawing lines on paper.
That's just because you refuse to learn anything or admit when you're wrong. The most important aspect of phylogenetics, especially in this debate, is that it's no longer limited to morphology. It's a twin-nested hierarchy, where what had been determined by human analyses can now be corrected or confirmed objectively by computerized genomic sequence comparisons. For example, this image was produced by a computer being fed genome sequences for just 3,000 organisms, and it generated this tree all by itself based on that data. You use Microsoft Office, so maybe you'll understand that this is like putting your figures into a document and having it render graphs and charts based on that. So this isn't people drawing lines on paper however we want to. This is objective verification of what the data actually shows.
Would that be reasonable? We would classify animals if they got a certain number of characteristics in common. We would probably not put the pig in with the giraffe. We would put the pig in with the other pigs. We probably would not put the pig in with the birds because they don't have feathers and they can't fly.
You still don't get it. We're looking at several layers of commonality, not just at the species level, so that we can also tell which higher taxonomic ranks are closer than others. And since you like to point out the differences in animals, let me take out all the big words and use the examples you just mentioned to simplify this so much that even you can understand.
One of these things is not like the others. One of these things doesn't belong. Can you tell which thing is not like the other by the time I finish this song?
Hopefully you chose the bird, because that is a tiny dinosaur, whereas the pig and the giraffe are both mammals. More than that, they're eutherian, so if we replace the bird with a kangaroo, that would still be the odd one out. The pig and the giraffe are both artiodactyls too, so even if we replace the kangaroo with a horse, all three would have hooves, but the horse would still be the only one with odd-numbered toes, being perissodactyl, and thus more closely related to rhinos, tapirs, and calicothes.
Instead, it is enveloping categories based on diagnostic characteristics. In other words, we cluster them based upon how we can diagnose their characteristics. Okay, we do that in the shop. We put our wrenches in a pile and our screwdrivers in a pile and our pliers in a different pile.
But that's a one-dimensional classification. That would be consistent with created kinds. But we're talking about a multi-tiered system. Like if you had a bin for screwdrivers, it was subdivided for the Phillips and the flatheads. Or if you had in the pliers box a separate compartment for needle nose pliers. Except that we're talking about successive tiers of classification that are each several dozen categories deep, and all of them interrelated, branching into myriad sibling groups within parental sets. That is only consistent with the concept of descent with modification from a common ancestor.
He said because, I'm just quoting verbatim what he said in his what was that word again? Sesquipedalian speech. Okay. Because evolution at every level is just a matter of incremental, usually subtle, superficial changes. Slow down, stop. This is baloney. You got to slice it kind of thin here. Okay. It's still baloney no matter how you slice it. But evolution at every level is a matter of incremental, means very slowly, usually subtle. We don't really see it happening too much. Superficial changes being slowly compiled atop successive tiers of fundamental similarities. In other words, evolution slowly builds up these changes on top of previous changes. This is never observed. This is what you believe. This is why evolutionism is a religion. This is never observed in any type of life form, whether it be bacteria or insects or birds or snakes. It's never observed. You are dreaming, Mr. Nelson. Evolution at every level is not a matter of incremental, usually subtle, superficial changes being slowly compiled atop successive tiers of fundamental similarities.
Yes, it absolutely is exactly what it is. And yes, it is observed throughout zoology and agriculture. But what would you know about that or anything else? I knew this topic better than you do when I was in elementary school, and that's no exaggeration. This is my field, academically and professionally, which you know absolutely nothing about. And I can cite the scholarship to back me up, where all you have is your own willfully ignorant narcissistic hubris asserted on your own imagined authority, which is why you've been absolutely wrong about absolutely everything we've discussed so far. So I'll teach you what evolution is and how it works. And if I ever want to learn about the heretical mythology of first century Judaism adapted into Greek, then I could learn that from someone who understands these things better than you.
Acquired characteristics. A modification or change in an organism, organ, or tissue during the lifetime of an organism due to use, disuse, and environmental effects, and not inherited. Anything you gain during your lifetime, like bigger muscles or cut off your finger or cut off your hand or something, that's not inherited by the next generation. We know that. That's common sense, you know, freshman biology. Inherited traits, according to the, where did I get that? Oh, there it is, sites.google.com. An inherited trait is a feature or characteristic of an organism that has been passed on to it in its genes. Many things are hereditary. Diarrhea is hereditary, that runs in your genes. But lots of things, Jeff is looking at me like, what? Never mind, okay. This transmission of parental traits to their offspring always follows certain principles or laws. The study of how inherited traits are passed on is called genetics. I agree. You cannot pass on something you gain. So if you slowly are piling on incremental changes, is this in the genetics? Where are the examples of anything being accumulated in your lifetime that is now passed on? You stated in your first evidence, Mr. Nelson, that acquiring calcium deposits on cartilage is how we slowly change from a cartilage skeleton to a backbone. Isn't that what he said? How is acquiring more cartilage or calcium on your cartilage going to be passed on to the next generation?
When you're born with a mutation that deposits calcium into your cartilaginous skeleton. As I said,
vertebrates inherited an increasingly ossified version of that same structure.
So there's no need to bring up Lamarckism here, because I'm not talking about traits acquired in anyone's lifetime. We're talking about accumulating inherited mutations as a matter of population genetics.
And these tiers of similarities establish taxonomic clades. And for that reason, evolution adheres to the laws of monophyly and biodiversity. Monophyly. Cladistics, a monophyletic group or clade, is a group of organisms that consists of all the descendants of a common ancestor. Oh, so a clade is all the ones that came from a common ancestor. I would be willing to say probably all the dogs came from a dog.
And as I tried to explain to you before, dogs came from some very dog-like, not quite dogs. Then dogs, bears, and dog bears all came from a procyanid that was not quite a bear or a dog, but obviously pretty close to both, and not all that far removed from cats, or a line of civet-like critters that would eventually become cats, or bear cats, hyenas, viverids, nimbrids, or whatever's on that branch of the carnivora family tree.
So the dogs would be a clade by this definition.
I know it's not. He can be taught.
Why don't you use the word kind? Probably very similar here.
Because, as I've already explained to you repeatedly on the Non Sequitur show,
when I say kind, and you say kind, we are obviously talking about something different.
Correct.
Now, you are describing, though you aren't aware of it, you are describing a clade. And when I use the word kind as distinguished from clade, the only difference is that the kind begins with a special creation. So a kind will not be part of another larger kind. You follow me?
I don't think the cat kind is part of the pine tree kind. Yeah,
okay,
I think
so
they're different.
the answer was a yes or no question about whether you follow this. Evidently, you do not.
They don't like the word kind. They don't like that kind. He says no such thing as a kind anyway. I think there is. I think we are called mankind, if I recall. Aren't we?
I just showed you a bunch of clades, and I can explain how to determine them or distinguish them one from the other. You can't show me two kinds and show me how to know whether that is what they are. And since no one else can do that either, and every such attempt is nested in parental sets, then they are evolved clades, not created kinds.
Phylogenetic groups are typically characterized by shared derived characteristics, which distinguish organisms in the clade from other organisms. Oh, so you can tell the bacteria is different than the whale.
Of course I can, but what are the derived characteristics shared between bacteria and whales?
I thought in the last discussion, whatever you called it, debate, you said the pine tree and the whale were related because they're both eukaryotes. Well, if you can't tell the difference between a pine tree and a whale, come see me. I'll help you, okay?
Can you tell the difference between a basset hound and a dachshund? Can you tell the difference between an African elephant and an Asian elephant? Can you tell the difference between broccoli and cauliflower? Can you look at the folks in the room with you and tell them apart and recognize them as different people? If you can find differences to distinguish them, does that mean they're not related?
So there can never be a change between kinds, and there's no such thing as a kind anyway. Mr. Nelson, if there can never be a change between kinds, how can you say a pine tree and a whale are related? Would you admit that they are in a different clade?
Pine trees and whales are both in the clade of eukaryotes. Within that umbrella category is several daughter clades, plants and animals being two of them. So from then on, what would become pine trees and what would eventually become whales went their separate ways in a series of different subclades, but they never stopped being eukaryotes, so they never turned into a different kind.
Are the pine trees do the pine trees have the same ancestor as the whales?
Your team has destroyed an inhibitor.
You would say yes if you go back far enough, wouldn't you? You go back far enough, pine trees and whales are related because they're both eukaryotes.
Legendary.
Pine trees are plants, whales are animals. The earliest ancestors of each began with a eukaryote cell that enveloped a rickettsia bacteria, which became mitochondria in an endosymbiotic relationship with the host cell. But I don't expect you to understand that if you can't even comprehend the simple stuff.
But you said there can never be a change between kinds. Can there be a change between clades?
No. In the entirety of human evolution, for example, our ancestors began many new clades, but we still belong to every clade that our ancestors did. Each of these boxes is a clade, and though they're not all pictured here, each one has multiple daughter sets. When we look at organisms born into a sister set, we begin to see that branching tree pattern.
And then you said, it is a fact that birds are a subset of dinosaurs.
Victory.
Obviously, this is similar to a bird. Who can't see the difference?
One problem with creationists is your perspective has no depth. Let me explain this to you one last time. It's really not that hard. Remembering that evolution is all about biodiversity. The Phylogeny Explorer has logged some 1,440 dinosaur species. There are a few subclades within the dinosaur clade, one of them being sauropods, like the toy you were just showing. Another being theropods, which are bipedal, like birds. And it was along this lineage that traces of pycnofibers developed into downy feathers and eventually double-veined feathers like modern birds have. And what we see of their evolutionary development in the fossil record matches their embryological development in modern birds. As we examine each of the species in this lineage, we see a definite series of transitions to increasingly bird-like dinosaurs until they are indistinguishable from birds, until the dinosaurs become birds. But none of these birds ever stopped being dinosaurs.
There's an article about this, DarwinismRefuted.com. I don't know anything about them, but I enjoyed what I read. Are birds and dinosaurs related? They go through a whole list of things showing no, they cannot possibly be related for all sorts of reasons. Their heart is completely different. Their lung structure completely different. Their reproductive, no, reptiles and birds have a hard calcium-covered egg shell. Reptiles have a leathery type of egg. How did it go in the difference there?
The reptile family tree has a deep fork between two main branches. The only reptiles to have a leathery shell are lizards and snakes, which were a subset of lizards. And they're on the lepidosaur side of the reptile family tree. And they have two chambered hearts. Turtles are older and more toward the middle of the fork, between lepidosaurs and archosaurs. They have three chambered hearts as well as hard-shelled eggs. Dinosaurs, crocodilians, and birds are all in the archosaur side of the reptile family tree, and they all have hard calcium-covered eggs and four-chambered hearts. Dinosaurs and birds are both warm-blooded and covered in feathers. They have the same type egg, the same type heart, and the same type of respiration. Dinosaurs and birds share a unique system of air sacs connected to hollow pneumatic skeletons that some of them could actually breathe through. And this extremely efficient system allows for a continuous flow of oxygen rather than the hepatic piston method of breathing that crocodiles use. There is no more diagnostic feature than this unique system of air sacs that birds obviously inherited from dinosaurs. Remember when you thought that lizards grew up to be dinosaurs, even though they're cold-blooded, naked, and only have two chambered hearts? Are you embarrassed by that yet?
No, reptiles have a separate passage for the baby to be born from the urinary tract, where birds have all one. Just one hole does it all for a bird. That's where they go number one, number two, and have babies, all same place. Go check it out. How did it make that transition between that one and the other?
Birds are technically reptiles, and as such they use the same cloaca as all other reptiles do, and monotremes too. The only animals with separated anus, vagina, and urinary tract are mammals of the clade Theria. All other fossil mammals apparently had a cloaca too, just like the platypus and echidna still do.
No, whales have a separate hole for breathing than eating, and they can eat and breathe at the same time. They're not connected. From that hole in the top of their head goes to their lungs, and the hole in their mouth goes to their stomach. Birds have one hole in their mouth that have to breathe through and eat through, so how did it make the connection and separate the lungs from the stomach, the esophagus? I mean, explain this with some real science, please.
If we're comparing birds and dinosaurs, then why did you bring up whales? As if the esophagus of birds evolved from that of whales, or vice versa? What is the connection that you imagine here? Did you think that whales are dinosaurs, just like you thought that lizards are dinosaurs? Whales are placental mammals, like we are. We have a secondary palate dividing our mouth from our nasal passage. This trait first started growing in Permian therapsids and was completed in proto-mammalian cynodont fossils long before there were any dinosaurs. But birds, being reptiles, and cynodonts, being on their way to becoming mammals, had already split a long time earlier than that. Mammals and reptiles both belong to the clade Amniota because our young are born in an amnion. Amniota had two daughter clades. Synapsids are where the mammals are, and diapsids are where the reptiles are, and we've been separate ever since.
Yes, there are different kinds of animals in the world. He said it's a fact that birds are a subset of dinosaurs in the same way that humans are a subset of apes, primates, eutherian mammals,